Hello, welcome to Ambient Whisper, where we tell your favorite cozy UFO, cryptid, paranormal, or any other story with a mixture of mystery. So relax. Deep breaths as we dive in. If you like our stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for updates. Chapter 1. The Weight of the Empty Building. The city of Alexandria, or Alexandria, is a place perpetually balanced between the glittering promise of the Mediterranean Sea and the heavy dust of 4,000 years of history. It is a city of layers, where modern concrete rests uneasily upon Roman ruins and the forgotten temples of the Ptolemies. But amidst the bustling markets and the constant roar of the Corniche, there is a silence so profound it draws the eye, the silence of the Rosh-dee building. This building is not ancient. It is a relatively modern 12-story residential block, standing stark and empty on a busy, tree-lined street in the affluent Roshdy district. It is a structure made of pale, sun-bleached concrete and darkened glass, designed in the hopeful, boxy style of the 1970s. Its presence is an anomaly. Every window is perpetually shuttered, every balcony is bare, and the heavy iron gate surrounding its entrance is locked with a thick, rusted chain. The building is officially abandoned, and everyone in Alexandria knows why. They call it the Jinn apartment. Our story follows Dr. Layla Mansour, a folklorist and cultural anthropologist from Cairo. Layla wasn't interested in ghost stories. She was interested in cultural memory, why certain places become permanent reservoirs for collective fear and legend. She arrived in Alexandria not with a camera and a Geiger counter, but with a dozen notebooks and the profound quietness of a careful listener. Layla had secured a temporary rental apartment on the 5th floor of the building, directly across the street from the Rosh-dee building. From her balcony, which overlooked the central dividing street, she had a perfect, unimpeded view of the silent structure. Her initial observation was purely atmospheric. The Rosh-dee building, despite the constant movement of cars, taxis, and pedestrians just outside its locked gate, seemed to exert a profound psychological stillness. It absorbed the sound and light of the city, creating an unnatural zone of quietude. Even the stray cats, normally bold and ubiquitous in Alexandria, would skirt widely around the iron fence, refusing to cross the threshold of the property. The legend of the Jinn apartment was well known, rich with detail. The stories all began with the building's original, tragic inhabitant, a wealthy businessman who, in the early 1980s, allegedly died under mysterious circumstances within the walls of the apartment. Following his death, every subsequent tenant, from the first families in the early 80s to the final attempt at residency in the late 90s, reported a litany of terrifying and inexplicable phenomena. Layla spent her first 3 days simply watching and listening, letting the atmosphere settle over her. She used a high-sensitivity directional microphone to try and capture ambient sounds from the empty building, positioning it carefully on her balcony. She recorded only the sounds of the street, the distant horns, the cries of street vendors, the rattle of the old tram. However, when she played back the recordings in the quiet of her apartment late at night, she detected something subtle. An intermittent, extremely low-frequency hum, a sound below the threshold of human hearing, localized specifically to the building. It was not electrical. It was too organic, too deep. It felt like the continuous, rhythmic vibration of immense, controlled energy, the kind of subtle acoustic pressure that often precedes a large, sudden sonic event. One evening, as the sun was setting, the moment the local residents claimed the Jinn were most active, Layla was sitting quietly on her balcony, sipping a glass of strong, bitter coffee. The street was thinning out, and the light was turning the pale concrete of the Rosh-dee building into a deep, unsettling orange. She noticed the neighbors. Every apartment facing the Rosh-dee building had its shutters firmly drawn after twilight. The only exception was old Madame Naima, a resident in the building next to Layla's, who sat on her own balcony, perpetually crocheting, her eyes fixed on the empty structure. Layla decided to cross the street and introduce herself, hoping to gain a local, first-hand account. Madame Naima, Layla began, speaking softly in Arabic. I am Layla. I am studying the stories of the city. I see you often watching that building. Madame Naima, her face etched with a lifetime of experience, paused her work and looked at Layla with steady, resigned eyes. It is not a watching, daughter, she said, her voice a low rasp. It is an awareness. That building is a mouth that does not close, and when the sun leaves, you must be aware of the noises inside the mouth. She then told Layla a story, one of the most persistent legends. It concerned the screams. Residents from the mid-90s claimed they would often hear sudden, ear-splitting screams from the empty building. Not the sound of an argument, but the terrifying sound of someone in pure, agonizing panic. It is the sound of the Afrit, Madame Naima explained, using the term for a powerful, often malevolent type of jinn. They do not live in peace. They fight, and they scream with a sound that is not human. Layla thanked her, the encounter sending a cold shiver down her spine despite the warm air. She returned to her own balcony, the setting sun now throwing the 12-story structure into sharp, detailed shadow. As she looked up, she saw it. Not a full figure, not a distinct form, but a dense, amorphous patch of shadow moving rapidly behind the dust-caked glass of a 10th-floor window. It moved with a speed that defied the laws of momentum, darting from the right side of the window to the left in less than half a second. Layla immediately focused her high-powered binoculars on the window. Nothing. The glass was opaque with grime, reflecting only the dying light of the sunset. But the movement had been too precise, too fast to be a trick of the light or a reflection. It was a tangible, kinetic displacement of darkness. She looked down at her directional microphone. The low-frequency hum she had detected earlier had spiked sharply, almost doubling in intensity for a brief, 2-second period, precisely when she saw the shadow move. The intense magnetic field associated with a manifestation was now a measurable reality. Layla realized that the building was not passively haunted. It was actively occupied, and the Jinn were using the very structure as a silent, powerful transmitter for their presence. The scientific inquiry had crossed over into the undeniable reality of the phenomena. She was no longer studying stories. She was studying a deep, ongoing mystery. The next step was finding a way to safely observe the phenomena inside the locked, silent walls of the Rosh-dee building. She needed to find the source of the magnetic hum and the movement of the shadows. Chapter 2: The Hum and the Shudder. Layla Mansur's initial observations confirmed the unsettling reality of the Rosh-dee building. It was a place of measurable anomaly. The dense, amorphous shadow she had witnessed darting across the 10th-floor window, coupled with the precise spike in the building's ultra-low-frequency acoustic hum, established that the alleged Jinn were manifesting kinetic energy. This was not a passive haunting. It was an active, energetic occupation. The key to understanding the phenomena, Layla realized, lay in that persistent ULF hum. It was too regular, too organic to be electrical interference. It felt like the building itself was under immense, continuous acoustic stress, a vibration that served as both a power source and a silent boundary for the entities within. Layla began referring to it internally as the Jinn resonance. Her immediate goal shifted to penetrating the building's defenses, not physically, but sonically and visually. The building's external defenses were formidable: the rusted, locked gate and the perpetually shuttered windows. The shutters, in particular, were an active deterrent, ensuring that the occupants, whatever their nature, remained hidden from the outside world. Layla spent the next few days working on an ingenious solution to see past the grime-caked, closed shutters. She secured a small, professional-grade drone equipped with 2 specialized cameras, a high-resolution optical zoom lens and a thermal imaging camera. The thermal camera was crucial. It could detect minute variations in heat, and if the windows were merely shuttered, there would be tiny gaps or residual heat radiating from the interior that the camera might pick up. The difficulty was flying the drone close enough to the upper floors without attracting the immediate attention of the neighborhood, or, more concerningly, the occupants of the building itself. She waited for a night of heavy fog, a phenomenon common to Alexandria's coastal climate, which would provide natural cover. On the night of the fog, which rolled in thick and damp from the Mediterranean, Layla launched the small drone from her 5th-floor balcony. She maintained a very slow, precise ascent, using noise-dampening rotors to keep the sound to an absolute minimum, ensuring the only discernible noise was the continuous rush of the fog. Layla navigated the drone to the 10th floor, the location of the shadowy movement she had witnessed days earlier. She positioned it directly in front of the window, less than 3 feet from the glass. The high-resolution optical camera confirmed her suspicion. The windows were double-paned and the interior shutters were thick, wooden, and sealed tight. The glass itself was caked with years of desert dust and sea salt, making it opaque. But the thermal camera provided a subtle, unsettling counterimage. On the thermal screen, the entire exterior of the building registered the cool, even temperature of the foggy night, a deep, uniform blue. However, the exact center of the 10th floor window, directly behind the sealed shutters, showed a distinct, small square of intense heat. This square was not radiating from the glass. It was contained and stable, a block of deep, fiery orange that contrasted sharply with the surrounding blue. Layla quickly adjusted the thermal sensitivity. The heat signature was not diffused. It was focused, suggesting a massive, localized thermal anomaly directly behind the center of the shutters. The temperature was equivalent to a continuously running desktop computer or a large incandescent light bulb, a stable, unnatural heat source in a completely sealed and empty apartment. Energy consumption, Layla murmured, adjusting the drone's position slightly. The Jinn are not merely ghosts. They are maintaining an energetic presence, consuming or generating thermal power within a closed system. She directed the drone to move slowly, scanning the length of the window. The heat signature remained perfectly centered, indicating that the source was not a fixture on a wall, but an object of concentrated energy floating in the center of the room. As the drone moved past the window, the ULF acoustic microphone on the drone, placed there specifically to measure the Jinn resonance at close range, registered a sudden, catastrophic change. The stable, low-frequency hum, the 2.2 Hz background pressure Layla had been tracking, suddenly vanished. It was replaced by a sharp, high-pitched screech on the audio spectrum, a frequency spike that lasted only a fraction of a second, but was so intense it overloaded the microphone's input. The sound was not an auditory echo. It was a pure sonic weapon, an aggressive outburst of energy. Simultaneously, the drone experienced a massive magnetic interference. The compass failed, the stabilization system spun wildly, and the controls momentarily locked up. Layla fought the controls, her heart pounding. She knew this was the phenomenon the locals feared. The sudden, loud screams from the empty building. The sound was not a human voice, but a weaponized acoustic discharge, a massive spike of power that overloaded the air itself. She managed to stabilize the drone and pulled it back from the immediate vicinity of the window. On the thermal screen, the perfectly centered block of orange heat was instantly replaced by a massive, diffuse flare of fiery red that filled the entire 10th floor window. The internal shutters, which moments before had been still and sealed, were now subtly bulging outward, flexing under immense internal pressure. Layla brought the drone rapidly back to her balcony. As the machine landed, damp and buzzing, she looked up at the 10th floor. The window was dark again, but through the heavy fog, she could see a faint, rhythmic flicker of light deep within the room, visible through a barely opened crack in the shutters. The Jinn had not just sensed the drone, they had reacted to the intrusion with deliberate, targeted force. The scream was the acoustic defense mechanism of the entity guarding the stable, internal heat source. The bulge in the shutters suggested an attempt to physically expel the foreign intrusion. Layla sat back, catching her breath. The Jinn were intelligent, defensive, and powered by a continuous, self-generated thermal energy. The central heat source, the thing floating in the 10th floor apartment, was the key to the entire mystery, the reason why the building was eternally locked and feared. She needed a way to penetrate the thermal and acoustic defenses long enough to get a single, clear image of what was behind that permanently sealed 10th floor window. She needed a plan that did not involve sound or direct light, a silent, slow approach to bypass the Jinn's aggressive perimeter defense. Chapter 3. The 10th floor heat source. Layla Mansour was left shaken but resolute after the drone encounter. The precise, targeted acoustic discharge, the scream, had confirmed the intelligent, defensive nature of the entities residing in the Roshdy building. More importantly, the thermal imaging revealed the core mystery. A stable, intense source of heat, a deep, fiery orange spot, contained and seemingly floating in the center of the 10th floor apartment, sealed behind thick shutters. This heat source was not incidental. It was the energetic anchor of the Jinn occupation. The entity, or entities, were utilizing the building as a self-contained power system, generating or concentrating thermal energy equivalent to a continuously burning furnace, yet with no external exhaust or sign of combustion. This defiance of conventional thermodynamics was the heart of the paranormal activity. Layla needed a new approach, one that was silent, slow, and did not rely on close proximity, which clearly triggered the Jinn's acoustic defenses. She turned her focus back to the shutters themselves. The subtle outward bulging she had observed on the 10th floor suggested that the Jinn, when threatened, exerted physical pressure against the internal barriers. She retrieved her highest magnification terrestrial telescope, typically used for long-distance observation of archaeological sites, and set it up inside her apartment, aimed at the 10th floor window of the Roshdy building. She couldn't see through the shutters, but she could observe their external surfaces with incredible clarity. Layla spent the next 48 hours observing the window, waiting for any measurable movement. The wooden shutters were dusty, warped by time and sea air, but they appeared fixed. She established a precise baseline of their position using microscopic markers in her telescope's viewfinder. On the second afternoon, just as the sun was at its highest, and the street below was momentarily quiet for the lunch hour, Layla detected a movement. It wasn't a sudden bulge, but an infinitesimal rhythmic vibration. Using the telescope's tracking software, she measured the movement. The lower left corner of the shutter was moving outward and inward, oscillating by exactly 0.2 millimeters at a consistent frequency of 2.2 hertz. This frequency was instantly recognizable. It was the exact frequency of the pervasive, ultra-low frequency acoustic hum, the Jinn resonance, that she had picked up in her initial recordings. The resonance is physical, Layla realized, tracing the data. The acoustic hum is a structural vibration. The Jinn are making the building shake, not violently, but constantly, at a specific, low frequency. The entire building is acting as a massive, low-frequency sound emitter. The constant 2.2 Hz vibration served a dual purpose. First, it maintained the subtle, concentrated thermal energy of the heat source through a process akin to resonant excitation, shaking the energy into existence. Second, and more importantly for the defense, the rhythmic oscillation of the shutters likely acted as a boundary condition, a signal telling the Jinn exactly when the outer perimeter was breached or stabilized. Layla then considered the core urban legend, the blood flowing from the water taps. This was a phenomenon that demanded a direct connection to the building's internal infrastructure. She retrieved the original architectural blueprints of the Rosh-dee building, which she had obtained through a contact in the municipal archives. She focused on the internal systems, the water, gas, and electrical lines. The 10th floor apartment's main water access point was located directly beneath the apartment she was observing. The blueprints showed that the water line ran vertically up a single conduit shaft, passing directly adjacent to the center of the living room, the precise location of the floating heat source. The heat source is not just floating, it's interacting with the water pipe, Layla hypothesized. She contacted a discreet, trusted engineering contact in Cairo and arranged for a specialized, non-invasive probe, a pipe wall thickness gauge based on low-frequency ultrasonic reflection. This device could be placed against the external wall of the building and send acoustic pulses that would reflect off the water pipe within the wall, allowing her to measure the pipe's internal condition. The next day, using the pretense of testing for water leaks in the old municipal infrastructure, Layla and a non-local engineer, who was entirely unaware of the building's reputation, placed the ultrasonic gauge against the wall closest to the 10th floor pipe shaft. The gauge registered the faint sound of water pressure, confirming the line was still pressurized, though the building's water service was technically shut off. However, the data returned from the ultrasonic reflections was shocking. In the segments of the pipe running from the ground floor up to the 9th floor, the pipe wall thickness was uniform and consistent. But the moment the acoustic pulse hit the pipe segment adjacent to the 10th floor apartment, the reflection signature changed dramatically. The ultrasonic signal indicated that the internal surface of the copper pipe was not smooth. It was being constantly, subtly eroded or scoured by something inside the pipe, localized specifically to the floor where the heat source was anchored. Layla realized that the urban legend was not merely a fantastical image. The Jinn, powered by the resonant thermal energy, were not putting blood into the taps. They were using the intense energy field around the heat source to somehow liquefy or ionize the copper itself, causing the metal to corrode and leach into the water. When past residents had turned on their taps, they had witnessed not blood, but a terrifying cocktail of superheated, chemically altered water infused with highly concentrated, reddish-brown copper oxide. The Jinn were not manifesting blood, they were manifesting corrosive, energetic pollution. The heat source was acting as a localized, supernatural reactor, actively dismantling the building's infrastructure. This explained the abandonment. The building was not merely haunted, it was being structurally, physically destroyed from the inside out by a permanent, corrosive energy presence. Layla now understood the sequence. The Jinn resonance 2.2 Hz creates the thermal source, which corrodes the water pipes, leading to the terrifying blood flow phenomenon. The violent screams are the defensive reaction to external intrusion. The next, most dangerous step was finding a way to get a single, clear look inside the 10th floor apartment to identify the floating heat source before it completely dismantled the building. She had to find a gap in the shutter's perimeter that would allow a microendoscope to slip past the defenses. The key lay in the precise spot where the 2.2 Hz vibration was most pronounced, the lower left corner of the shutter. Chapter 4. The Slit of Opportunity. The core of the mystery surrounding the Rosh-dee building had crystallized for Layla Mansour. The persistent structural vibration, the 2.2 Hz Jinn resonance, was generating a stable, corrosive heat source on the 10th floor, actively dismantling the building's copper piping and manifesting the terrifying blood flow phenomenon. Now she needed to achieve the impossible, a visual confirmation of the floating heat source behind the sealed, protected windows. Layla had meticulously tracked the rhythmic movement of the 10th floor shutters, finding that the lower left corner oscillated outward by 0.2 millimeters, perfectly synchronized with the 2.2 Hz resonance. This infinitesimal gap, opening and closing 22 times every 10 seconds, was her only chance for visual penetration. The task required an instrument that was micro-sized, flexible, and completely silent, capable of slipping through the narrow slit during the brief peak of the outward oscillation. She secured a highly specialized medical microendoscope, a thin, fiber-optic cable with a camera head less than 1 millimeter in diameter, traditionally used for internal surgical imaging. The key challenge was synchronization. The endoscope needed to be pushed into the gap precisely during the 0.2 millimeter opening and retracted before the shutter snapped closed, which would certainly shear the delicate fiber optic cable and likely trigger the entity's acoustic defense, the scream. Layla collaborated with her engineer contact to build a custom-made insertion arm. This arm used a stepper motor controlled by an external accelerometer, which was placed on the building wall near the shutter. The system was designed to read the 2.2 Hz vibration and actuate the endoscope insertion and retraction at the exact peak of the outward cycle. This would take advantage of the Jinn's own resonant rhythm. The operation was scheduled for midnight, the darkest and quietest hour, when the street below was entirely empty. Layla positioned her team, herself managing the endoscope, and the engineer controlling the custom insertion arm, on the roof of her own building, directly opposite the 10th floor. They would utilize a long, carbon fiber pole to guide the endoscope into position, a precarious arrangement across the 25-foot street gap. Under the faint light of the distant moon, they executed the setup. The pole was extended, its movement agonizingly slow and careful. The small accelerometer was placed against the Rosh-dee building wall with a magnetic suction cup, immediately picking up the deep, continuous 2.2 Hz thrum. The insertion arm was activated, its stepper motor moving with silent, meticulous precision, driven by the rhythmic pulse of the Jinn resonance. The microendoscope, thin as a piece of thread, began its approach toward the lower left corner of the shutter. Layla watched the camera feed on her monitor. The shutter edge looked like a cliff face in the infrared light. As the accelerometer registered the exact moment of the 0.2 millimeter peak, the stepper motor actuated a single, rapid forward push. The endoscope slipped through the opening. The image immediately changed from the rough, dusty exterior of the shutter to the deep, absolute darkness of the 10th floor apartment. The internal space was vast and empty, the air thick with settled dust. The probe's light was a small, focused beam, illuminating only a small radius. Layla immediately navigated the probe to the center of the room, the location of the stable thermal anomaly they had detected earlier. As the endoscope's microcamera stabilized, the heat source came into view. It was precisely in the center of the room, floating about 4 feet off the ground. It was not a traditional heat source, like fire or glowing metal. It was a dense, three-dimensional sphere of rotating water. The water was perfectly contained, holding its spherical shape without any visible vessel or external force, suspended by some unseen, powerful anti-gravitational or magnetic field. The water itself was not clear. It was thick, viscous, and swirling with a terrifying, constant red-brown color. The ionized copper oxide they had predicted leached from the building's pipes and concentrated into this massive sphere. The sphere was approximately 3 feet in diameter, rotating slowly on a vertical axis, and it radiated an intense, concentrated thermal energy. This continuous rotation and the density of the corrosive copper ions within the sphere were clearly the source of the immense, localized heat and the stable, 2.2 Hz resonance. The sphere was the true heart of the haunting, a perpetually active reactor utilizing the building's own materials. Layla felt a deep, chilling realization. The Jinn were not occupying an apartment. They were cultivating a powerful, corrosive element. The water sphere was their medium, their source of stable, measurable energy, maintained by the rhythmic 2.2 Hz vibration they imparted to the building structure. The red-brown color was the visible manifestation of the building's destruction, concentrated into a single, terrifying globe. She tried to hold the image, to document the details of the rotation, but the intrusion had been sensed. The ULF hum on the accelerometer spiked sharply. The micropulses of the 2.2 Hz rhythm became erratic and violent. Before Layla could order the retraction, a new, massive shadow appeared on the camera feed. It was not the amorphous dart of shadow she had seen before. This was a clear, defined shadow of a human figure, tall and towering, cast against the wall, but with no visible light source to create it. The shadow appeared to be bending over the sphere of water, its outline shimmering with aggressive distortion. Then the acoustic spike hit. The monitor registered the massive, painful sonic discharge, the scream. Simultaneously, the shutter on the 10th floor snapped violently inward against the endoscope. The fiber optic cable instantly went dark. The camera had been severed. Layla immediately ordered the full retraction of the arm and the cable. The operation had failed in one sense but succeeded in another. She had the visual proof. The core phenomenon of the Rosh-dee building was a massive, rotating, self-sustained sphere of copper-infused water, a corrosive energy reactor powered by the building's own resonant vibration. The Jinn were not just spectral, they were controlling a localized, physical, and highly volatile element. The next step was to understand the purpose of the sphere and the nature of the entity that was tending to it. Chapter 5. The cultivation of corrosion. The dramatic severance of the microendoscope confirmed the astonishing reality on the 10th floor of the Rosh-dee building. The haunting was centered on a massive, 3-foot spherical mass of highly concentrated, red-brown, copper-infused water. This sphere was suspended in the air, slowly rotating, and acted as a self-sustaining energy reactor, maintained by the building's continuous 2.2 Hz structural vibration, the Jinn resonance. Layla Mansour was now certain that the entities, the Jinn, were not merely lingering spirits but active, malevolent engineers utilizing the apartment as a laboratory. The focus was on the corrosive nature of the phenomenon. They were systematically dismantling the building's copper piping, not for a magical effect, but for a specific, measurable element: the copper itself. Layla contacted a highly specialized chemical engineer in Paris, Dr. Thierry Dubois, a known expert in electrochemical corrosion and fluid dynamics, sending him all her data: the stable 2.2 Hz frequency, the thermal readings, the ultrasonic pipe erosion data, and the singular, terrifying image of the rotating sphere. Thierry's analysis confirmed Layla's deepest fears. The sphere was operating as an incredibly complex, room-sized electrolytic cell. The Jinn are creating a permanent state of localized electrolysis inside that apartment, Thierry explained via a secure video link. The building's internal structure must be acting as the electrodes, and the humid Alexandria air, mixed with trace elements, serves as the electrolyte. The continuous 2.2 Hz vibration, the Jinn resonance, was the key. This low-frequency oscillation provided the mechanical energy necessary to continuously dislodge the copper ions from the water pipes, keeping them suspended and highly reactive within the sphere. The concentration of copper oxide in the water was creating an environment that was not merely hot, but intensely chemically energetic. That red-brown color you photographed, Layla, is extremely pure copper oxide, a compound used in some types of ancient batteries and for highly energetic chemical reactions. Thierry elaborated. If they can maintain that concentration and stability, they are cultivating a power source, not just a ghost effect. The energy potential is immense, far more than just a localized thermal spike. Layla theorized that the ultimate purpose of this cultivation was to synthesize a physical medium powerful enough for the Jinn, who are often described as beings of fire and smokeless flame, to fully and permanently anchor themselves into the physical world. The copper sphere was their equivalent of a lightning rod, a physical capacitor built from the very substance of the house that dared to contain them. She turned her attention back to the specific apartment. Apartment 10B. Why this one? Why the 10th floor? Consulting the building blueprints again, Layla focused on the vertical axis of the building. She noted that the central elevator shaft, a massive, unreinforced concrete column, ran directly adjacent to the 10th floor living room, exactly where the sphere was floating. The concrete used in Alexandria buildings in the 1970s was mixed with local aggregate, often containing trace elements of iron. The central elevator column would act as a massive, continuous, vertical grounding element, or conversely, a massive antenna. The elevator shaft is channeling the building's natural magnetic field, Layla realized. The Jinn didn't choose the 10th floor randomly. They chose the precise point of maximum magnetic potential, where the elevator column and the copper water line were in closest proximity. This is where they have the best control over the building's infrastructure. This explained the overwhelming defensive reaction to the drone. The shadow figure Layla had glimpsed was likely the main entity, the chief engineer, guarding the highly volatile electrolytic sphere from disruption. The accompanying magnetic surge and the sonic scream were direct, physical expressions of the entity's control over the building's electromagnetic environment. Layla needed a way to study the shadow figure without provoking a full-scale acoustic attack. She had to learn what this entity was doing as it tended the sphere. She returned to the one piece of data that the Jinn could not easily block: the low-frequency, structural vibrations of the 2.2 Hz resonance. If the entity was interacting with the sphere, its physical movements would subtly alter the building's vibration pattern. Layla placed an array of microseismometers, instruments normally used to detect small earthquakes, on the walls and floor of her own fifth-floor apartment, tuned exclusively to the 2.2 Hz frequency and its harmonics. She wasn't listening for sound. She was tracking the subtle physical displacement of the concrete structure itself. For the next 5 hours, the seismometers registered the deep, continuous 2.2 Hz rhythm, a constant, stable line on the graph. Then, exactly at 3:30 in the morning, the classic sour hour, traditionally associated with intense spiritual activity, the pattern changed. The stable 2.2 Hz wave suddenly acquired a complex rhythmic overtone, a subtle variation in the intensity of the vibration. It was not a sudden spike, but a slow, continuous change, as if a large weight was being moved or applied to a specific point on the 10th floor slab. Analyzing the microseismometer data, Layla realized that the rhythmic variation was not random. It was a pattern of 3 distinct pressure points applied sequentially: a downward push, a brief lateral pause, and then a strong upward pull. This sequence repeated exactly 12 times over a period of 4 minutes. "It's a deliberate physical action," Layla whispered, staring at the complex vibration pattern. "The shadow figure isn't just standing there, it's working. It's physically interacting with the electrolytic sphere, possibly stirring it, or applying rhythmic pressure to enhance the corrosion process." The Jinn were not passive ghosts in a haunted apartment. They were active cultivators of power, constructing a permanent physical anchor using the building's own structure and materials. Layla was witnessing not a haunting, but an immense, destructive science project. To understand the full scope of the project, Layla needed to identify the exact movements and purpose of the shadow figure's actions. The rhythmic pressure sequence, down, pause, up, was the next key. It was a code of movement, and she needed a way to translate it. The silence of the Rosh-dee building was a mask, hiding a constant, purposeful, destructive labor deep within its concrete heart. The next challenge was to introduce a non-invasive vibration-reading element into the 10th floor plumbing to get a direct line on the entity's labor. Chapter 6: The Signature of Labor. The confirmation that the shadow figure on the 10th floor of the Rosh-dee building was engaged in rhythmic, deliberate physical labor, a 3-part sequence of pressure down, pause, up repeated 12 times, was a breakthrough. This was the entity actively tending the corrosive water sphere, confirming its role as a conscious engineer of the Jinn reactor. Layla Mansur's next step was to find a way to interpret this signature of labor to understand the ultimate purpose of the copper-infused sphere. Direct visual confirmation was impossible, and any acoustic intrusion would trigger the scream. Layla's only remaining non-invasive access point was the building's plumbing system, the very infrastructure the Jinn were systematically dismantling. The continuous water pipe ran vertically from the ground floor, passing directly adjacent to the electrolytic sphere on the 10th floor. Layla theorized that the shadow figure's rhythmic pressure sequence, as it interacted with the floating water sphere, must be subtly warping the adjacent copper pipe with each cycle. This microscopic warping would create minute, measurable pressure waves within the pressurized water line itself. She secured a sophisticated, ultra-sensitive hydrophone, an underwater microphone designed to detect extremely faint acoustic changes in fluid, and prepared to deploy it. The plan was to access the building's main water intake, a locked valve room in the basement across the street, which was still technically pressurized by the city's main line, despite the building's official shutoff. Gaining access to the basement room required delicate negotiation with the municipal water authority, which Layla achieved by presenting a fabricated research proposal concerning undetected microleaks in the aging urban infrastructure. Late one night, under the guise of the municipal survey, Layla and her engineer accessed the dimly lit, damp basement room. They shut off the main valve and inserted the tiny hydrophone through a small, drilled access port into the main copper line feeding the Rosh-dee building. They then repressurized the line and sealed the port. The hydrophone was now perfectly positioned to listen to the subtle echoes traveling through the water column. The hydrophone immediately picked up the persistent, low-frequency background noise of the pressurized water. But after filtering out the static, the sound of the Jinn's activity came through with astonishing clarity. The dominant sound was a constant, high-pitched hiss, the acoustic signature of the intense chemical reaction occurring in the sphere. This confirmed that the electrolysis and corrosion were non-stop. Overlaying this hiss, however, was the precise rhythm Layla had mapped with the seismometers. The sound was not a human touch, but a repeating sequence of a dull, rhythmic thump followed by a high, squealing scrape. The three-part sequence translated acoustically as the downward push. A deep, resonant thump, the sound of the shadow figure applying significant downward pressure on the sphere, momentarily increasing the sphere's density and vibrating the adjacent pipe. The lateral pause, an intense, squealing scrape, the sound of the pipe wall being subtly warped and scraped by the intense, oscillating magnetic field of the sphere as the entity held the pressure steady. This scrape was the sound of the copper ionizing and entering the water. The upward pull, a sudden, sharp click, the sound of the pressure being released and the pipe springing back to its original shape. This was the signature of labor, and it was terrifyingly precise. The Jinn was not only generating the corrosive water sphere, but it was actively agitating it, using rhythmic physical force to enhance the electrolysis and accelerate the copper corrosion. Layla immediately sent the refined acoustic data to Dr. Thierry Dubois, the chemical engineer, asking him to model the effect of this down scrape up rhythm on the copper oxide concentration within the sphere. Thierry's response was definitive. This labor sequence is a form of chemical agitation used to maximize ionic transfer. The downward pressure creates a momentary compression, forcing the highly concentrated copper ions closer together. The scrape is the sound of the field stabilizing the ions, preventing them from fusing prematurely, and the upward pull allows for the maximum amount of new, corrosive water to flow to the reactive surface. They are trying to achieve maximum density, Layla concluded, pacing her apartment. They are concentrating the copper until it reaches a critical, saturated state. They are cultivating an inert object, a pure, solid form of the highly energetic copper oxide compound. The ultimate goal, she realized, was not the rotating water sphere itself, but the creation of a physical, stable copper core. A solid object built from the pure corrosion of the house, which would serve as the permanent physical anchor for the shadow figure and potentially other Jinn entities. The Jinn were following a methodical 4,000-year-old alchemical process, updated to use modern infrastructure. They were building their own foundation, brick by copper iron brick, from the building that had trapped them. The terrifying revelation was that the labor was nearing completion. The density of the copper oxide in the sphere was now so great that the rhythmic thump and scrape were becoming less distinct, replaced by a duller, more muffled sound. The sphere was solidifying. Layla had to find a way to intervene before the transition to the solid copper core was complete. Once solidified, the core would be an almost indestructible permanent anchor, giving the malevolent Jinn a full, continuous foothold in the physical world. To intervene, Layla needed to know where the shadow figure was working on the sphere. The hydrophone confirmed how it was working rhythmically, but not where the entity itself was located. She turned her attention back to the high-power binoculars. She remembered the fleeting, dense shadow on the 10th floor wall. The shadow was cast by an unseen source, suggesting the entity itself was a kind of anti-light, a dense void that absorbed all photons. Layla secured a specialized camera designed for low-light deep space astronomy, capable of detecting single photons. She aimed it at the 10th floor window, hoping to detect the absence of light that was the true signature of the shadow figure. The silence had told her the how. The darkness would tell her the where. The race to prevent the copper core's solidification was now a race against time and density. Chapter 7. The Photon Void. The acoustic data from the hydrophone confirmed the terrifying reality. The shadow figure was rhythmically agitating the copper oxide sphere on the 10th floor of the Rosh-dee building, actively accelerating the corrosion and solidification process. The Jinn were cultivating a dense, permanent copper core, an anchor that would grant them stable, physical dominion over the structure. Time was running out before the sphere achieved critical density. To intervene safely, Layla Mansour needed to know the physical dimensions and precise location of the shadow figure. The entity had manifested as a dense, kinetic void, a non-reflective darkness that absorbed light. She had to locate it by detecting the absence of light, using the space it occupied as its signature. Layla acquired a specialized deep space photon detection camera, designed to capture images in near-absolute darkness by detecting single photons. She aimed this highly sensitive equipment at the 10th floor window, utilizing the narrow, rhythmic oscillation of the shutters, the slit of opportunity, to capture a visual of the interior, even though the shutters themselves were sealed. The method was not to capture light entering the room, but the subtle ambient light naturally generated by the electrolytic sphere itself, a faint, corrosive luminescence. She launched the drone again, equipped only with a silent, high-power infrared or IR beam, positioning it close to the 10th floor window. The IR beam would not be visible, but it would create a stable, invisible blanket of energy across the window facade. Any light-absorbing anomaly inside the room would momentarily disrupt this IR field, and the photon camera, focused from across the street, would register the disturbance. Layla waited until 3:30 in the morning, the hour the shadow figure was most active, based on her microseismometer data. The street was utterly silent, the fog had lifted, and the air was crisp. On the monitor connected to the photon camera, the interior of the apartment registered as an almost uniform, faint gray, the color of dispersed dust particles faintly energized by the infrared beam. The massive, rotating water sphere in the center of the room was not visible, but its presence was implied by a vast, pulsating thermal signature on a different sensor. At 3:28 a.m., the 2.2 Hz Jinn resonance began its rhythmic shift, signaling the start of the shadow figure's labor sequence. The down, scrape up cycle. Then, the image on the photon camera changed dramatically. A distinct, three-dimensional void began to materialize adjacent to the center of the room, positioned about 6 feet away from the location of the copper sphere. This void was not a shadow cast by light. It was an area of absolute blackness that consumed the background light, registering as a complete absence of any photon return. The void was tall, shaped like a slender human male, and its outline was constantly shimmering, as if its presence was warping the air itself. Layla used the camera's ranging capability to measure the size and movement of the entity. The photon void, as she termed it, was exactly 7 feet tall and moved with a terrifying economy of motion. It wasn't walking, it was gliding, moving across the floor slab without exerting any detectable vertical pressure, confirming the entity's non-physical nature. The void moved directly to the copper sphere and paused. Layla watched the sphere's magnetic field spike momentarily as the void came into contact with it. The Jinn was actively touching the sphere. Now, Layla could correlate the rhythmic pressure detected by the hydrophone with the visual observation. The void did not use hands or a tool. Its labor sequence was executed by the rhythmic expansion and contraction of its own dense form, applying physical pressure to the sphere through the mere displacement of energy. The downward push. The photon void expanded slightly, becoming momentarily denser and wider at its base, forcing the sphere downward into the magnetic field. The lateral pause. The void held the expanded, dense form steady, its shimmering outline stabilizing the chaotic copper ions. The upward pull. The void rapidly contracted its physical volume, creating a localized vacuum that pulled the sphere back up, refreshing the corrosive water at the contact point. This entire sequence confirmed the shadow figure as the primary engineer, a sentient, non-corporeal entity utilizing its control over light and energy density to physically construct its permanent anchor. Layla realized the deep, symbolic nature of the copper core. The Jinn, often associated with fire and pure energy in Islamic mythology, were being forced to build their permanent home out of earthly matter, specifically the copper oxide. The building was both their prison and their power source. As the photon void completed its 12th final cycle of the sequence, the intense sonic distortion hit the drone. It was the full, overwhelming force of the scream, the defensive acoustic spike. The sheer wave of noise and magnetic interference was so violent that the drone's controls momentarily seized. The photon void, having completed its labor cycle, seemed to notice the external intrusion instantly. It stopped its movement and turned its massive, black silhouette directly toward the window where the IR beam was emanating. In that terrifying moment, Layla saw something new. The void was not a smooth outline. In the center of the massive, 7-foot silhouette, 2 small, circular patches registered a faint, eerie luminescence, 2 pinpricks of weak, internal light, perfectly positioned where a human's eyes would be. These were not light sources, but points where the void was minimally absorbing light, allowing a fraction of the infrared energy to pass through. The Jinn was looking directly at them. The terrifying revelation was that the entity was aware, and it was identifying the source of the observation. The silent, meticulous observation had crossed into confrontation. Layla quickly ordered the complete shutdown of the IR beam and the immediate retraction of the drone. The void held its position for 5 agonizing seconds, the 2 luminous points fixed on the window, before it glided away from the sphere and vanished into the darkness of the apartment. The next morning, Layla observed the building with her terrestrial telescope. The lower left corner of the shutter was no longer oscillating. The rhythmic 2.2 Hz vibration, the Jinn resonance, was completely gone. The silence was absolute. The hydrophone confirmed the terrible news. The continuous hiss of electrolysis had stopped. The rhythmic thump, scrape, click of labor had ceased. The copper sphere had achieved maximum density. The transition to the solid, permanent copper core was complete. The shadow figure was no longer cultivating. It was resting, anchored, and waiting. Layla knew the next manifestation would not be a mere shadow or a scream. It would be a full, physical, permanent anchoring. The time for silent observation was over. Layla had to find a way to physically neutralize the copper core before the Jinn exerted its permanent dominion over the Rosh-dee building. She had to breach the silence, the security, and the physical defenses of the building. The time for observation was over. The time for intervention had arrived. Chapter 8: The Breach of Silence. The cessation of the 2.2 Hz Jinn resonance and the halting of the rhythmic labor confirmed Layla Mansur's worst fear. The massive, corrosive water sphere had solidified into a permanent copper core. The shadow figure, the 7-foot photon void, was now fully anchored to the 10th floor of the Roshdy building. The phase of subtle cultivation was over. The phase of stable, physical occupation was about to begin. The urgency was now absolute. A solid, massive core of highly energetic copper oxide would act as a perpetual magnetic generator, not just haunting the building, but turning it into a zone of powerful, destructive electromagnetic interference. The surrounding neighborhood would experience catastrophic power failures, constant acoustic attacks, and potentially physical displacement as the Jinn exerted its permanent dominion. Intervention required a physical breach, an act Layla had desperately tried to avoid. The locked, rusted iron gate was the first and most immediate obstacle. Layla understood that attempting to cut the heavy chain and lock would create an intolerable level of noise, virtually guaranteeing an immediate, violent acoustic response. The scream, and a targeted magnetic counterattack from the anchored Jinn. She needed to enter the building with a minimum of sound and a maximum of speed. Layla approached a former colleague from the Cairo Museum's Conservation Department, Dr. Samir Awad, a master locksmith and specialist in non-destructive entry into ancient, sealed sites. Samir, a taciturn man who dealt in the quiet challenge of 4,000-year-old mechanics, was perfectly suited for the task. Layla could only reveal a fraction of the truth, that the building held an extremely sensitive, volatile artifact that must be retrieved in absolute silence. Samir arrived in Alexandria under the guise of an urban restoration consultant. He examined the rusted gate. The lock was a large, heavy-duty mechanism, but simple in design. "The chain is the weakness, Layla," Samir murmured, running his gloved hand over the thick links. "Cutting the lock would require force and friction, creating sound. We will bypass the chain entirely." Samir utilized a specialized, low-speed hydraulic wedge, normally used for microlifting sarcophagus lids. He inserted the razor-thin edge of the wedge into the small gap between the gate and the stone pillar. Very slowly, over a period of 15 minutes, Samir exerted silent, continuous pressure. The ancient, brittle mortar and the rusted hinges groaned microscopically, giving way with only the faint, abrasive sound of grinding stone. The heavy gate silently swung inward just enough to allow one person to slip through. The first defense was breached without a sound. The interior of the property was overgrown, filled with dry, brittle weeds and dusty, neglected palm trees. The air, though warm, was oppressively heavy, saturated with the residual magnetic pressure of the solidified copper core. Layla and Samir moved quickly across the cracked concrete courtyard to the main entrance door. This door was a heavy, double-leafed wooden affair, bolted and locked from the inside. "The internal lock mechanism is our true challenge," Samir whispered, shining a narrow, hooded light on the keyhole. "These old Egyptian locks use massive brass tumblers. They require a lot of turning and grinding." Layla had already anticipated this. She had brought a small, custom-built pneumatic injection system. She injected a microdose of a highly pressurized, sound-dampening polymer lubricant directly into the keyhole. The lubricant was designed to reduce friction and acoustic transference to near zero. Samir then used a set of silent micro-tension tools, working by feel and pressure rather than sound. The tumblers clicked, not with a loud snap, but with faint, dull thuds muted by the polymer. After 10 minutes of meticulous, silent work, the heavy brass bolt slid inward. The front door of the Rosh-dee building, the famous Jinn apartment, opened with a slow, heavy drag, yielding to the will of human hands for the first time in perhaps 2 decades. The interior of the lobby was a cavern of stale, suffocating air and deep shadow. Dust lay everywhere, thick and undisturbed, forming a pristine historical record of every moment since the building was sealed. Layla immediately set up a series of mobile, high-sensitivity seismometers in the lobby. Her intent was to re-establish a baseline of the building's current acoustic and vibrational state. The 2.2 Hz Jinn resonance was gone, replaced by a deep, absolute, unnatural silence. As they stood in the silent, suffocating lobby, Layla consulted the building plans. The fastest route to the 10th floor was the central elevator shaft, the very column the Jinn had used as a magnetic antenna. The elevator, of course, was defunct. They would use the service ladder that ran vertically along the inside of the shaft. "The risk is minimal here," Layla instructed Samir quietly. "The magnetic field is localized to apartment 10B. We will ascend via the service ladder, which runs along the northern wall of the shaft. We will make no sound." The ascent was a grueling, slow climb up 9 flights of metal ladder in absolute darkness. The air was thick and heavy, and every movement of their gear was carefully checked to ensure no metallic scrape or rattle. As they reached the 9th floor landing, the atmosphere changed drastically. The air grew intensely cold, and the magnetic sensors on Layla's wrist began to spike wildly. They were approaching the influence of the stabilized copper core. Layla paused, checking the floor plans. The apartment directly below the target, apartment 9B, was structurally identical to 10B. The pipe shaft, elevator column, and central load-bearing walls were all aligned. The chilling moment came when they ascended the final ladder rung to the 10th floor landing. Layla shone her hooded light into the hallway. The dust pattern was broken. While the rest of the building's dust lay thick and undisturbed, the dust directly outside the door of apartment 10B was completely scorched and swept away. The floor was clean, revealing the pale, cracked tile beneath. It was a precise half-circle arc of clear tile, extending exactly 6 feet from the apartment door. "The scorched arc," Layla breathed. "The radius of the Jinn's stable magnetic field." The copper core was actively generating a powerful, continuous electromagnetic field that was superheating the air and dust in an area immediately surrounding the door, preventing any approach. The Jinn had physically cleared its perimeter, establishing a clear line of defense. Layla knew that crossing that threshold was the point of no return. Any further movement, any attempt to breach the door of apartment 10B, would almost certainly trigger a response from the stable, anchored entity inside. She had to now use the one vulnerability the Jinn had unwittingly exposed: the vertical pipe shaft that connected all the apartments. Before attempting the main entrance, Layla would have to use the apartment below, 9B, to introduce a neutralizing agent into the building's infrastructure, attempting to dissolve the copper core before the shadow figure could fully manifest its control. The final, silent battle had to begin not on the 10th floor, but 1 flight below, utilizing the plumbing system as the primary battlefield. The silence was broken, and the war for the Rosh-dee building had begun. Chapter 9. The Battlefield Below. Standing before the door of apartment 9B, 1 floor below the secured, silent stronghold of the Jinn, Elias Vance knew the decisive battle for the Rosh-dee building would not be fought in the scorched hallway above, but in the dark, vertical infrastructure of the water pipe shaft. The copper core on the 10th floor was now a stable, potent anchor, defended by a field of intense magnetic and thermal energy, the scorched arc. A direct approach to 10B was suicide. The vulnerability was the plumbing system itself. The copper core had been built by systematically dissolving the copper pipes. Layla's plan was to use that same system to introduce a counteragent, a corrosive element designed not to build, but to safely and silently dissolve the solid core from the inside out. The target was the water conduit shaft located in the apartment below. 9B Layla had a set of master keys provided by her municipal contact, allowing them silent, immediate access to the apartment. Samir Awad, the silent locksmith, quickly opened the door of 9B. The apartment was a mirror image of 10B, but untouched by the phenomena, thick with dust, sealed and dark. They moved quickly to the main bathroom, the location of the vertical pipe shaft. Layla prepared the counteragent. Based on consultation with her chemical engineer, Dr. Thierry Dubois, they had synthesized a highly concentrated solution of a specific copper chelating agent, a chemical designed to rapidly and safely bond with copper ions, dissolving copper oxide into a neutralized, soluble salt. The key was the carrier agent, a heavy, dense polymer gel that would not dilute immediately upon entering the pressurized water line, but would travel upwards as a contained, highly viscous plug. She secured a small, pneumatic injection valve to the main water line beneath the bathroom sink of 9B. The plan was to shut off the main municipal pressure, open the valve, inject the chelation gel into the pipe, and then, crucially, repressurize the line. The city's water pressure, acting from below, would force the heavy gel upward through the plumbing column, directly into the 10th floor and into contact with the copper core. The risk was immense. The pressurized water in the pipe was the only thing standing between them and the full, chaotic discharge of the highly energetic core above. Layla nodded to Samir. Absolute silence from this point on. If the Jinn registers the pressure drop, it will be a full breach. Samir moved to the main service panel in the hallway, and with a silent wrench, shut off the small, secondary valve that provided localized water pressure to the upper floors. Layla quickly attached the injection system. The heavy, dark blue chelation gel contained in its pneumatic canister was ready. She paused, checking the seismometers. The silence was absolute. The Jinn was still anchored, its defenses waiting. She opened the injection valve. The pipe hissed as the internal pressure dropped slightly. Layla activated the pneumatic canister. The dense, cold blue gel slid into the pipe column with a soft, watery thwump. She held the pressure for 30 seconds, ensuring the full volume of the gel was introduced. Then the terrifying part, repressurization. Samir slowly, agonizingly turned the service valve back on. The main municipal pressure surged back into the pipe. The line hammered once, a muffled, deep thud that echoed slightly in the quiet building. Elfila immediately checked the acoustic array connected to the hydrophone in the basement. They heard the faint, continuous gurgle of the dense gel being forced upward by the immense city pressure, traveling toward the 10th floor. The battle was now a vertical chemical race. For the next 10 minutes, they waited in the cold silence of apartment 9B, listening to the hydrophone. The gurgling sound grew fainter, suggesting the gel was nearing its target. Then the distinct gurgling stopped. It was replaced by a new, horrifying sound, a thick, rasping grind. Layla knew what that meant. The dense, corrosive gel had reached the solidified copper core on the 10th floor and was being forced into the spaces between the copper oxide molecules. The chelation agent had initiated its dissolving action. The grinding sound continued for a full minute, a slow, metallic tearing audible even through the sealed walls. Then, The building's silence was shattered, not by the expected sonic scream, but by a massive, violent thump that shook the entire structure. The lights in the hallway of 9B flickered violently, and Layla's magnetic sensor spiked so high it overloaded, registering a field strength equivalent to a localized lightning strike. "The Jinn has reacted," Layla shouted over the ringing in her ears. "The core is fighting back." The shadow figure, sensing the chemical attack on its physical anchor, was exerting immense, localized kinetic force on the core, attempting to violently expel the neutralizing gel. The rasping grind on the hydrophone grew intermittent, replaced by short, sharp bursts of metallic clanking. The Jinn was trying to violently shatter the core before the chelation agent could dissolve it. Layla knew the key was time and persistence. The gel was formulated to work continuously. She pulled out her one final piece of equipment, a highly specialized, frequency-generating acoustic emitter. The device was tuned to a frequency of 2.2 Hz, the Jinn resonance itself. "We have to give the core a chance to dissolve without being physically shattered," Layla yelled to Samir. "We are going to give the Jinn a target. Turn on the noise dampeners." Samir activated the small, passive acoustic dampeners they had placed in the hallway. Layla, using an external battery, pointed the emitter up toward the 10th floor. She activated the acoustic emitter. It began to send a continuous, silent, structural vibration of 2.2 Hz back into the building. It was not a weapon, but a distraction. It was the sound of the Jinn resonance, back from the dead. The moment the 2.2 Hz vibration pulsed through the walls, the violent metallic clanking from the 10th floor stopped instantly. The Jinn, anchored and focused on the core, had diverted its attention to the perceived reemergence of the resonant frequency. It was momentarily confused, its primary defense mechanism triggered by a false signal. The rasping, grinding sound of the chelation process returned on the hydrophone, uninterrupted and continuous. Layla and Samir waited, surrounded by the heavy magnetic field and the low, silent hum of their own self-generated, distracting 2.2 Hz resonance, praying that the chemical solvent would win the race against the Jinn's physical power before the shadow figure realized it was attacking a ghost. The battlefield was silent, but the war for the 10-story high copper core was being fought molecule by molecule, hidden deep within the walls of the Jinn apartment. Chapter 10. The Muffled Dissolution. The 10th floor of the Rosh-dee building had become a silent, chemical battlefield. Down in apartment 9B, Layla Mansur and Samir Awad maintained the desperate strategic maneuver, pumping the heavy chelation gel into the water pipe to dissolve the solidified copper core above, while simultaneously broadcasting a synthesized 2.2 Hz Jinn resonance to distract the anchored shadow figure. The acoustic emitter was their shield. The continuous, low-frequency hum, a perfect replication of the building's own former acoustic signature, successfully tricked the intelligence protecting the core. The shadow figure, a sentinel of pure energy density, was fixed on the sudden, external reemergence of the resonance, believing it was a new threat to be localized and neutralized. This bought the chemical reaction the time it needed. Layla monitored the hydrophone in the basement, which relayed the sounds of the core's slow destruction. The heavy, metallic clanking that signaled the Jinn's physical attacks had ceased entirely. It was replaced by a continuous, thick muffling sound, an acoustic indicator that the highly concentrated chelation gel was fully encasing the copper core and aggressively bonding with the copper oxide molecules. The chemical process was working, but it was slow. The core was massive, 3 feet in diameter, and the density of the solidified copper oxide was extreme. Dr. Thierry Dubois, the chemical engineer, was on the satellite line, monitoring the spectral analysis of the pipe acoustics. "The gel is reacting beautifully, Layla," he confirmed. "But the core has a crystalline structure. The chelation is happening from the outside in. We need to maintain the flow for at least 12 hours to guarantee complete dissolution. If we stop prematurely, the Jinn will expel the gel and restabilize the remaining core." 12 hours was an agonizing stretch to remain in the building, especially under the massive, silent magnetic pressure exerted by the anchored Jinn. The magnetic sensor on Layla's wrist, though previously overloaded, was now registering a constant, oppressive 1.5 Tesla field centered on the 10th floor, a field strong enough to cause nausea and disorientation. To endure the long wait, Layla initiated a secondary operation, establishing a defensive grid around apartment 9B. She and Samir moved quickly, but quietly, placing small, specialized magnetic flux disruptors at the apartment's entrance and around the utility shaft. These were custom-built, passive coils designed to absorb and deflect high-frequency magnetic surges, intended to minimize the effect of any potential sudden counterattack by the shadow figure. They also secured small, internal seismometers inside the apartment itself, aimed at tracking the structural displacement not just of the floor slab, but of the very air pressure within the room. Layla wanted an immediate physical warning if the shadow figure decided to descend from the 10th floor. As the hours dragged on, the acoustic profile from the 10th floor changed again. The muffled, grinding sound of dissolution was replaced by an increasingly frequent, soft, dripping noise. Layla checked the pipe schematics. The dripping was the sound of the chelation product, now a neutralized liquid copper salt, successfully dissolving the core and flowing back down the plumbing column toward the basement. The copper core was reverting to a liquid state and was being expelled from the structure. But with this change came a terrifying side effect. The expulsion was not passive. The hydrophone began to pick up an intermittent, rapid series of low-frequency pulsations surrounding the dripping sound. These pulsations were not the rhythmic thump of the Jinn's labor. They were sharp, violent bursts of air pressure in the shaft, accompanying each drop of liquid. The Jinn is using kinetic force to squeeze the core. Layla realized, consulting the new seismometer readings inside 9B, the air pressure in their apartment was fluctuating, pulsing with each sound of dripping from above. It's trying to forcibly expel the chelation product, pushing the neutralized liquid out as fast as possible. The shadow figure was fighting the chemical process, now realizing its anchor was being dissolved. The distracting 2.2 Hz resonance was still holding its attention, but the entity was using its massive, non-physical strength to violently accelerate the expulsion. Layla increased the power output of the acoustic emitter, ensuring the 2.2 Hz signal was perfectly stable and dominant. They needed to maintain the diversionary field while the copper core shrank. The confrontation became a grueling test of endurance. Layla and Samir sat in the silent, cold apartment, surrounded by the constant, low-level magnetic hum and the rapid, sickening sound of the dripping, pulsing dissolution above. Every pulsation of the shadow figure's kinetic force created a physical, dizzying pressure wave in the air around them. At the 9-hour mark, the sound of the dripping abruptly ceased. The hydrophone went silent for a terrifying 10 seconds. Then, the true nature of the Jinn's counterattack was revealed. Instead of the scream, a new, deep guttural sound tore through the hydrophone, a sound that originated not from the core but from the depths of the elevator shaft, the massive concrete antenna. It was a prolonged, resonant wail, a sound of immense, non-human anguish and frustration, a deep, rising tone that vibrated the entire building structure. The moment the wail began, The magnetic field in apartment 9B spiked catastrophically. The flux disruptors hummed loudly, glowing with internal heat as they absorbed the massive surge. Layla's magnetic sensor, briefly recovering, registered a field strength of over 2 Tesla, and a chaotic high-frequency signal overlaid the baseline field. The shadow figure had abandoned the core. Realizing the chemical attack was irreversible, the Jinn had shifted its immense energy and focus to the structure's primary antenna, the elevator shaft, in an attempt to manifest an all-out, non-localized attack. The entity was not fighting the poison, it was fighting the structure itself. "The copper core is gone," Layla shouted over the sound of the flux disruptors fighting the field. "The wail is the sound of the anchor being lost. It is destabilized and angry. We have to assume it is descending." The seismometers on the floor registered a sudden, massive vertical displacement, a downward plunge of immense weight inside the central shaft. The photon void was rapidly descending the 9 flights of the elevator column, its energy now chaotically unbound. Layla and Samir had only one escape route: the balcony. The plan was to rappel silently down the 9 stories to the back courtyard and escape through the rear service gate. "Samir, the service ladder in the shaft is compromised," Layla said, grabbing her rappelling gear. "The magnetic field will lock up our gear and the Jinn is in the shaft. Balcony now." They moved quickly to the balcony, a narrow, rusted railing overlooking the service alley. But as Layla unlatched the old French doors, a final, horrifying development occurred. The hydrophone, now picking up the chaotic fluid movement in the pipe column, registered a sudden, immense upward surge of water, a massive reverse pressure spike. The shadow figure, in its final, frantic effort, was not just descending. It was using its immense kinetic power to violently expel the remaining chelation fluid from the entire plumbing system, blasting the fluid back out the injection valve in apartment 9B. Layla looked at the injection valve under the sink. The valve, unable to handle the immense reverse pressure, blew out with a violent, tearing PFFFT. A massive column of dark, corrosive fluid, the toxic residue of the dissolved core, erupted from the pipe, blasting across the bathroom and hallway. It was not blood, but a jet of scalding, chemically active copper salt solution. The fluid hit the powered acoustic emitter. The salt water immediately short-circuited the device, plunging the apartment back into utter acoustic silence. The only sound was the sickening hiss of the corrosive liquid hitting the floor. The defensive 2.2 Hz resonance was gone. Layla and Samir were isolated in the heart of the building, with the sound-dampening polymer lubricant and the silence of the night now their only defense against the massive, angry entity that was rapidly descending the central elevator column. The final escape had to be silent, fast, and immediate before the shadow figure breached the floor and its chaos erupted into their position. They had to rappel into the silence of the night. Chapter 11: Descent into Chaos. The violent eruption of the neutralized copper chelation fluid in apartment 9B was a critical setback. The jet of scalding, corrosive liquid, the residue of the dissolved copper core, short-circuited the acoustic emitter, silencing the diversionary 2.2 Hz Jinn resonance. The massive, angry shadow figure, confirmed to be rapidly descending the central elevator shaft, no longer had a distraction. Layla Mansur and Samir Awad were isolated, silent, and exposed. Their only hope was a swift, silent escape via the balcony. The corrosive fluid hissed across the floor, eating into the old tile and filling the apartment with a stinging, metallic odor. The magnetic field was still chaotically intense, vibrating the air around them. "Samir, the rappel," Layla commanded, moving to the balcony doors. "We anchor on the main load-bearing column. No metal-on-metal contact, no sound." Samir, the locksmith and conservationist, was expertly prepared. He had brought climbing rope made of specialized polymer fiber, and the anchors were designed with rubberized contact points. They moved with the desperate, quiet efficiency of people fighting against time and an invisible enemy. The rappelling line was secured to the apartment's main load-bearing pillar. Layla was the first to go, slipping silently over the balcony railing, disappearing into the dark, silent service alley 9 stories below. As Samir prepared to follow, the seismometer placed on the floor of 9B registered a massive, sudden spike in vertical pressure. The shadow figure had reached the 10th floor, emerging from the elevator shaft. The wail, the non-human sound of immense, desperate anguish Layla had heard on the hydrophone, now manifested in the apartment above as a profound, guttural sonic pressure. It was not a scream heard with the ears, but a vibration felt in the chest and bones. The very air molecules in 9B were being rapidly compressed and released by the entity's sheer acoustic force. The massive concrete structure of the Rosh-dee building groaned audibly under the strain. Then, the floor above them began to move. Samir looked up. A precise, circular section of the ceiling in the center of the living room, directly above the central elevator shaft, began to bow inward. The shadow figure, unanchored and chaotic, was using its immense, non-physical weight to exert localized kinetic pressure on the floor slab, attempting to physically collapse the structural barrier between itself and the threat below. Samir knew he had seconds. He clipped his rappel line and slid over the balcony railing, dropping rapidly down the side of the building. The moment he cleared the railing, the ceiling of 9B failed. The massive slab of concrete tore open with a sharp, grinding crack. A dense, cylindrical void, the 7-foot-tall photon void, now fully visible in the chaos, plunged through the ceiling, falling into the apartment Layla and Samir had just left. The entity was not merely falling. It was a physical, kinetic projectile of absolute darkness. As the void hit the floor of 9B, the seismometers registered a massive displacement. The kinetic impact was equivalent to a 10-ton weight dropping from 10 feet. The entire apartment shook violently. Layla, rappelling down the wall, felt the intense, sudden jolt. The magnetic field, now fully unleashed and chaotic, surged around her. Her rappel line, though polymer, was suddenly seized by the electromagnetic surge. The rope grew tight and heavy, momentarily locking her in place between the 6th and 7th floors. She looked up. The hole in the ceiling of 9B, now a ragged circle, was surrounded by a halo of intense, pulsing orange light. The shadow figure, still filled with the rage of the lost core, was now generating raw, chaotic thermal energy, threatening to superheat and combust the apartment itself. Layla had to free herself. She couldn't use her metal knife. Any metallic contact in the field would cause a violent magnetic spike. She had to wait for the chaotic field to momentarily stabilize. Below her, Samir, having reached the ground floor, raced across the back courtyard to the rear service gate. The shadow figure, realizing its prey was outside, moved to the balcony of 9B. Layla saw the massive, shimmering void emerge onto the narrow ledge. The entity was projecting a powerful magnetic influence. The iron railings of the balcony groaned, visibly warping and twisting under the non-physical pressure. The Jinn was now attempting to magnetically seize Layla's person. Layla remembered the small, passive magnetic flux disruptors they had placed around the utility shaft. She realized the entity's chaotic magnetic projection was now attempting to create a magnetic feedback loop, a continuous surge of energy channeled through the entire building to hold her in place. She reached into her vest and pulled out a small, emergency non-metallic cutter. She cut the securing loop of her rappel harness, allowing a controlled, rapid free fall for 2 feet before the rope caught again. That brief, uncontrolled vertical movement momentarily disrupted the Jinn's magnetic lock on the line. The second the tension eased, Layla resumed her descent, rappelling rapidly, hand over hand. As she cleared the 3rd floor, the sound of the wail returned, now a deep, resonant roar that shook the alley walls. The shadow figure, in its ultimate rage, was tearing apart the apartment that had harbored the threat. The magnetic chaos was now overwhelming. Every metal object in the alley, the trash cans, the clotheslines, the parked bicycles, vibrated violently, rattling in a massive, uncontrolled wave. Layla hit the ground floor and immediately unclipped the rope. She raced toward the rear service gate, where Samir was already working frantically on the heavy, bolted lock. The shadow figure, 7 stories above, made its final move. It launched itself from the balcony of 9B, not falling, but gliding down the side of the building, its massive, 7-foot silhouette casting a colossal, rippling shadow across the courtyard. It was descending faster than gravity, closing the gap with terrifying speed. Samir managed to force the ancient lock. The gate groaned open an inch. Layla plunged through the narrow opening just as the shadow figure reached the service alley pavement. The entity hit the ground not with a sound, but with a massive, localized shockwave of air pressure. Layla and Samir, scrambling to safety, felt the physical force of the non-physical entity, a massive, silent punch of kinetic energy that sent them sprawling onto the asphalt of the service street. They looked back. The shadow figure stood in the alley, its 7-foot black silhouette shimmering, no longer confined to the building. It had crossed the threshold. It was a chaotic, unbound physical presence. Layla, pulling herself up, looked at the Rosh-dee building. The entire structure was now silent, the magnetic field rapidly collapsing as the Jinn had fully divorced its energy from the building's infrastructure. The Jinn apartment was finally empty, but the entity was now loose in the streets of Alexandria. Layla had dissolved the copper core, but in doing so, she had unleashed the destructive force onto the city. The chase had just begun, shifting from the confines of the silent building to the chaotic night of the urban environment. The fight was no longer a matter of silence, but survival. Chapter 12. The unbound entity. The moment the shadow figure, the unbound photon void, hit the pavement of the service alley, Layla Mansour realized the catastrophic error of her success. She had neutralized the copper core, the Jinn's stable anchor, but in doing so, she had released the immense, concentrated energy of the entity from the confines of the building. The Rosh-dee building was safe, but the city of Alexandria was now exposed to a powerful, chaotic non-physical presence. Layla and Samir Awad scrambled onto the asphalt street just as the massive, 7-foot silhouette of the void stabilized in the middle of the narrow alley. The Jinn was no longer tied to the Hertz resonance or the building's infrastructure. It was pure, unbound kinetic energy and electromagnetic chaos, operating in the open air. The first manifestation of this unbound chaos was a localized magnetic storm. The electrical grid of the Rosh-dee district immediately began to fail. Streetlights flickered violently, exploding in showers of sparks. The internal combustion engines of a few parked taxis stalled instantly, their electrical systems fried by the overwhelming localized electromagnetic pulse or EMP generated by the void's presence. Car alarms shrieked briefly, then fell silent as their circuits burned out. The immense wail, the entity's expression of anguish and rage, was now a full, localized acoustic weapon. It was not a sound one heard, but a pressure one felt. Layla and Samir pressed their hands to their ears as the invisible sonic force slammed into them, feeling like a massive, sudden change in altitude. "We need to get out of its magnetic field," Layla yelled, pulling Samir away from the alley mouth. "It's generating a localized imp. We have to draw it away from the power grid." The shadow figure did not pursue them immediately. Instead, it slowly, terrifyingly, began to glide out of the service alley and onto the main, darkened street. It was moving with an inhuman, steady speed, its massive silhouette shimmering against the suddenly dark buildings. Layla knew that the Jinn was hunting. It was searching for the source of its destruction, the two human minds that had masterminded the dissolution of the copper core. Her scientific training instantly focused on the entity's weakness, its newly established dependence on thermal energy. The copper core, despite its destructive nature, had been a stable, continuously powered environment. Now unbound, the void had to rapidly draw ambient energy to maintain its high-density 7-foot silhouette. "The void is a heat sink, Samir," Layla gasped, pulling him toward a wide, tree-lined boulevard. "It's absorbing energy. We need to lead it to a place with minimal thermal sources." The city of Alexandria, however, was a dense, concrete heat island, filled with warm structures and electrical energy, a feast for the unbound entity. They raced across 3 blocks, the massive, silent void gliding steadily behind them, its path marked by the systematic collapse of the surrounding electrical systems. Every streetlight it passed instantly extinguished, leaving a trail of absolute darkness. Layla spotted their only chance: the wide, ancient Chatby Cemetery. It was a massive, open space, miles of low, carved stone tombs and mausoleums, interspersed with sparse, cold marble, far fewer power lines, and a massive, continuous exposure to the cool, damp sea air. It was a place of thermal poverty. They sprinted toward the cemetery's ancient, towering main gate. As they ran, Layla noticed a horrifying detail about the void's movement. It was not simply gliding across the asphalt. The intense electromagnetic field it generated was causing the asphalt itself to rapidly ionize and liquefy beneath its mass, leaving a faint, shimmering trail of dark, viscous fluid that rapidly cooled and solidified behind it. The shadow figure was not merely walking. It was actively manipulating the physical matter beneath its feet, generating a massive, localized friction that turned solid ground into a temporary liquid state. The Jinn's ability to affect the physical world was now amplified and terrifyingly direct. They reached the cemetery gates. The heavy, wrought-iron structure was locked. Samir, the quiet master of non-destructive entry, did not hesitate. He pulled a small, compressed acetylene torch from his pack. "No time for silence, Layla," he said, the sound of the torch ignition a deafening whoosh in the quiet night. The sudden, loud sound of the torch and the bright, intense thermal flare of the acetylene flame were immediate targets for the Jinn. The shadow figure halted 100 feet away, its immense dark mass absorbing the light of the torch. The wail spiked again, a painful acoustic blast that slammed Layla against the cold stone of the gate. Samir, ignoring the acoustic attack, cut the thick iron lock in seconds, the molten metal dripping onto the stone. They plunged through the gates and into the vast, dark labyrinth of the cemetery. The moment they were inside, Layla noticed a change in the Jinn's movement. The intense thermal energy of the torch had momentarily focused the entity's chaotic energy. The shadow figure, instead of gliding, began to move erratically, its silhouette occasionally faltering and shrinking for a fraction of a second before regaining its massive 7-foot height. The open space, the lack of power lines, and the constant sea breeze were subtly starving the entity of ambient thermal energy. The Jinn was struggling to maintain its high-density, large-scale manifestation. They raced deeper into the tombs, using the narrow, winding paths and the stone crypts as cover. The vast expanse of cold stone was their shield. Layla knew they couldn't outrun it, but they could outstarve it. The entity was powerful, but it was now a runaway chemical reaction, demanding continuous energy input. "We need a final trap, Samir," Layla gasped, hiding behind a large, low marble mausoleum. "It's drawing energy. We have to give it a massive, single source of thermal energy to absorb, then eliminate it all at once." The only massive thermal source in the area, ironically, was the acetylene torch itself. Layla developed a desperate plan. They would use the torch as a lure, and then the thousands of liters of city water, the very element the Jinn had used for its core, as the final weapon. The proximity of the cemetery to the sea and the main municipal pipelines gave her an idea for a massive, non-metallic deluge. She had dissolved the copper core with chemistry. She would neutralize the photon void with a final, overwhelming thermal shock. The final battle would be fought on the cold, silent stones of the ancient cemetery, using fire and water against the shadow figure's unbound chaos. Chapter 13. The fire and the flood. Layla Mansour and Samir Awad were pinned down in the vast, ancient labyrinth of the Chatbi cemetery, pursued by the unbound photon void. The 7-foot shadow figure that was now a chaotic, massive heat sink, gliding erratically through the silent tombs. The entity was struggling to maintain its high-density manifestation in the thermally poor environment of the open cemetery. Layla's plan was a desperate gamble. Create a massive, concentrated thermal lure, and then neutralize the entity with an overwhelming deluge of cold water. Layla had noticed a large, derelict municipal pumping station located at the far eastern edge of the cemetery. A massive, blocky concrete structure used to regulate water flow from the city's main reservoir to the coastal districts. The building was abandoned, but the main water conduit, a pipe over 3 feet in diameter, still ran beneath it, carrying thousands of liters of cold, pressurized water. This was her final weapon. They began to move slowly, using the thick marble mausoleums as visual and magnetic shields, leading the shadow figure deeper into the cemetery. The void followed, its movement slower now, its immense silhouette flickering with the struggle to absorb energy from the cold stone and air. Samir, the quiet locksmith, was tasked with creating the lure. He found a large, deep grave site, an abandoned stone crypt that had cracked open, and quickly gathered all the flammable material they had. Their spare clothing, dry leaves, and crucially, the remaining supply of highly flammable, friction-reducing polymer lubricant they had used on the door lock. He then set up a small, improvised thermal beacon in the crypt. Using the last of his compressed acetylene, he ignited the pile. The flame was intense and bright, the burning polymer lubricant providing a massive, sudden spike of localized heat. The reaction from the photon void was immediate and violent. The entity stopped its erratic movement and glided toward the massive thermal signature with terrifying speed. It was drawn to the concentrated energy like an overwhelming vacuum. As the shadow figure approached the crypt, its 7-foot silhouette stopped directly above the blazing fire. The entity began to absorb the heat. The air above the crypt shimmered and warped violently, and the fire itself, instead of rising, was being compressed and consumed by the void's mass. The shadow figure's density increased visibly. Its silhouette grew solid and terrifyingly stable. Layla's small, handheld thermometer registered a rapid, massive drop in the ambient air temperature, confirming the void was actively draining the energy. This was Layla's window. She had sprinted ahead to the abandoned pumping station. The main access panel to the underground conduit was sealed with a heavy, rusted flange, bolted down with 6 large, ancient brass bolts. She didn't have time to use the silent micro-tools. The shadow figure was now fully charged and stable, and its magnetic field would soon expand back across the cemetery. Layla used a large, heavy wrench and pure, brute force, twisting the rusted brass bolts with a sickening, metallic screech that echoed across the silent tombs. The sound was deafening, a deliberate, noise-generating act that would certainly draw the entity's attention. The shadow figure reacted immediately to the metallic sound. Having fully absorbed the heat of the lure, it lifted its massive silhouette from the fire pit. The air above the pit was now frigid and dead. The void began to glide rapidly toward the pumping station, its intent now pure, focused retribution. Layla managed to loosen the final bolt. The heavy, circular flange covering the conduit access popped open with a loud, metallic thwack. Beneath the flange was the main water valve, a massive iron wheel designed to regulate the flow of the entire district's water supply. The pressure inside the conduit was immense. The shadow figure was now 100 feet away, closing fast. Layla grabbed the massive iron wheel. It was cold, heavy, and rusted solid. She threw all her weight and strength into turning it. The rusted mechanism groaned and seized. She tried again, the metal biting into her hands. The wheel wouldn't budge. The shadow figure was now only 50 feet away, its massive silhouette shimmering with controlled power. The acoustic pressure of its approach was a physical weight on her chest. Samir, having retrieved a large iron crowbar from a fallen stone pillar, raced up beside her. He inserted the crowbar into the spokes of the iron wheel, using the leverage to amplify their force. "Together, Layla," Samir grunted. Now, they pulled with every ounce of strength. The massive iron mechanism gave way with a screeching, tearing shriek of metal. The wheel began to turn, slowly at first, then rapidly, opening the massive valve beneath. The main city water line, under immense pressure, surged into the abandoned pump house. The sound was not a rush. It was a devastating roar as thousands of liters of pressurized water, cold and dark, erupted from the concrete conduit. The pump house, designed to withstand the pressure, channeled the massive deluge. Layla and Samir leaped back just as the first massive column of water erupted from the ground, blasting a geyser of frigid water 20 feet into the night sky. The shadow figure, gliding in for the attack, was directly in the path of the massive, cold plume. The impact was instantaneous and catastrophic. The massive, charged density of the photon void encountered the equally massive, opposite density of the frigid water. The reaction was not an explosion, but a massive, thermal shockwave. The void did not merely dissipate, it collapsed. The immense kinetic energy and the thermal concentration the Jinn had so carefully cultivated were instantly shattered by the shock of the cold water. The massive, 7-foot silhouette violently shrank, collapsing inward until it was a small, erratic, pulsating sphere of darkness, no bigger than a man's head. The massive acoustic pressure vanished, replaced only by the deafening roar of the uncontrolled water geyser. The small sphere of darkness, the essence of the Jinn, was caught in the massive water plume and launched high into the sky, carried away by the sheer force of the city's relentless water pressure. The liberated water, cold and pure, cascaded down onto the silent, ancient cemetery, washing the cold stone and washing away the last trace of the intense magnetic field. Layla and Samir, drenched and shaking, watched as the small, concentrated sphere of shadow vanished into the darkness of the night sky, carried away by the force of the flood. The shadow figure was not destroyed. It was utterly neutralized, dispersed, and scattered by the immense non-metallic force of the water. The silence returned, but this time it was not the cold, heavy silence of the Jinn's presence. It was the loud, chaotic silence of a major water line break, followed by the deep, cleansing peace of the ancient cemetery, now thoroughly washed by the unexpected flood. The Rosh-dee building was saved, the copper core was dissolved, and the unbound entity was expelled from the city. The terror was over, replaced by the mundane emergency of a massive water leak. The final task was to manage the aftermath, and to ensure the Jinn could never return. Chapter 14. The aftermath and the antidote, the expulsion of the photon void by the massive water deluge, marked the true end of the terror that had gripped the Rosh-dee building for decades. The intense magnetic field vanished instantly, and the massive, non-human wail was replaced by the chaotic, loud roar of the broken water main. Layla Mansour and Samir Awad, soaked and exhausted, surveyed the damage in the Chatbi cemetery. The immediate crisis was managing the flood and ensuring the total, permanent dispersal of the Jinn's essence. Layla knew the entity was not destroyed. Its power was merely scattered, its density shattered by the thermal shock of the cold water. The entity's core would eventually recoalesce, like an overwhelming magnetic field slowly reforming in the atmosphere. The first step was to silence the flood. Layla, using the knowledge gained from her architectural and municipal research, quickly guided Samir to the secondary access point of the main water line, a few hundred feet from the pump house. Working quickly, they managed to engage an emergency shutoff valve, a smaller, hand-cranked mechanism that brought the massive geyser to a slow, shuddering halt. The silence that followed was immense, broken only by the dripping of water from the ancient tombs. With the immediate danger contained, Layla turned her attention to the building itself. The Rosh-dee building, now completely devoid of the 2.2 Hz Jinn resonance and the oppressive magnetic field, stood still and silent against the coming dawn. Layla and Samir returned to the building, entering through the still-open front gate. The interior was a disaster zone. Apartment 9B was coated in the caustic residue of the dissolved copper core, and the ceiling was ripped open, exposing the main elevator shaft. The building was structurally compromised, but magnetically and acoustically clean. Layla's final task was to create an antidote, a permanent, non-chemical, non-magnetic barrier to ensure the Jinn could never use the building's infrastructure as an energy source again. She had learned the entity's method. The Jinn required two things to anchor: a corrodable conductive medium, the copper pipes, and a structural antenna, the central elevator column. Layla and Samir spent the rest of the morning methodically neutralizing the building's internal systems, neutralizing the conductive medium. They went through the lower 3 floors, the most accessible area for any future Jinn attempting to rebuild the copper core. They used a large electrical saw to cut clean 6-foot sections from every vertical copper water pipe and replace them with non-conductive, polymer-based PEX plumbing. This permanent interruption of the metallic water column would prevent the Jinn from creating a continuous, corrosive electrolytic cell. Any future attempts at corrosion would only yield inert plastic residue, neutralizing the structural antenna. The main vulnerability was the central elevator shaft. The massive concrete column, infused with trace iron ore, acted as the primary conduit for the building's natural magnetic field. Layla directed Samir to drill a precise series of small, deep holes at regular intervals down the first 3 floors of the shaft's exposed wall. They then filled these holes with a non-conductive, self-expanding resin-based polymer foam infused with powdered quartz, a material known for its piezoelectric stability and non-magnetic properties. This created a permanent internal damping field, breaking up the structural uniformity and preventing the entire concrete column from acting as a continuous, massive magnetic antenna. The work was laborious and quiet, performed as the city of Alexandria slowly woke up, beginning to deal with the chaos of the night. The localized power failures, the stalled cars, and the massive water main break. Layla and Samir were the unacknowledged saviors of the city's power grid, working silently within the notorious building. By midday, the final quartz-infused resin plug was set. The Rosh-dee building was now permanently magnetically sterile. The Jinn could no longer use its fundamental engineering principles, resonance, corrosion, and structural channeling, to anchor itself within the 12-story structure. The apartment of apartment 10B was now merely a broken, empty room. Layla stood in the lobby, looking at the immense dust layer that had been undisturbed for 2 decades. The silence was deep, but for the first time it was a peaceful, natural silence, devoid of the humming pressure of the supernatural. The building was free. Layla knew that the Jinn was not gone. It was simply scattered across the atmosphere, an ambient magnetic chaos floating in the dense, humid air of Alexandria. But it had lost its home, its anchor, and its weapon. It would take generations for the chaotic energy to recoalesce enough to pose a threat, and even then the Rosh-dee building would remain permanently immune. The apartment would revert to its intended fate, an empty, unhaunted building awaiting the long, slow process of repair. Layla looked at Samir, the quiet, meticulous man who had faced the photon void without hesitation. "The house is quiet, Samir," she said softly. "The house is safe. The house is quiet, Layla." He replied, gathering his tools, "But the city will be loud for weeks." They left the Rosh-dee building as silently as they had entered, pulling the heavy, rusted gate closed and securing it with a simple, temporary lock. Their mission was complete. The scientific dismantling of a profound urban legend was successful, and the Jinn apartment had been purged of its energetic, corrosive tenants. The only thing left was the journey home, and the long, slow return to calm reflection that concludes any great mystery. Chapter 15. The Sleepy Conclusion. The journey back to Cairo from Alexandria was long, quiet, and reflective. Layla Mansur and Samir Awad drove in a borrowed, dusty jeep, leaving the coastal city behind just as the first municipal teams arrived to assess the damage from the localized blackouts and the massive water main break. The shadow figure, the powerful photon void, was now merely a chaotic ambient magnetic density dispersed across the atmosphere, its corrosive power neutralized and its anchor point permanently sealed. Layla looked back at her notes. The Rosh-dee building, the notorious Jinn apartment, was now a case study in non-supernatural architectural physics. The phenomenon was a devastating combination of resonant frequency. The entity generated a 2.2 Hz vibration, the Jinn resonance, which provided the mechanical energy for the process. Structural antenna. The central, iron-infused concrete elevator shaft channeled the Earth's natural magnetic field. Corrosive electrolysis. The Jinn used the pipe system as an electrolytic cell to strip copper, creating the thermal energy source and the copper core. Energetic cultivation. The shadow figure actively tended the core, converting chaotic energy into a stable, powerful physical anchor. Layla's intervention. The calculated deployment of the chelation gel to dissolve the core, followed by the distraction of the 2.2 Hz acoustic signal, and the final, violent thermal shock of the immense water surge, had broken the cycle at every point. The final act of permanently replacing the copper pipes with non-conductive PEX polymer and dampening the structural antenna with quartz-infused resin ensured that the cycle could never be re-established. The city of Alexandria, now dealing with the entirely mundane issue of plumbing repair, had no idea that the decades-long source of its most potent urban legend had been quietly dismantled by a folklorist and a master locksmith. The legend of the Roshdy building would eventually fade, replaced by the memory of the great water break of December, but the physical reality of the Jinn's destructive science was neutralized forever. As the sun began to set over the western desert, a peaceful, deep orange glow that softened the hard lines of the horizon, Layla felt a profound sense of closure. She had not proven that the Jinn did not exist. She had merely proven that if they did exist, their method of manifestation was entirely dependent on exploitable physical laws. The mystery was not dismissed but fully contained. Samir, driving slowly through the twilight, broke the silence. "The house is quiet, Layla," he said, repeating their earlier observation. "But it felt cold." Layla nodded slowly. "The house was cold, Samir, because the Jinn was a massive heat sink. It was taking the ambient thermal energy to maintain its high density. Now that the cycle is broken, the heat will return slowly." She then reflected on the most chilling detail: the two luminous pinpricks she had seen in the center of the photon void's massive silhouette, the places where the entity was minimally absorbing light. Those were the eyes, the points of intelligence, awareness, and malevolent intent. She realized the true terror was not the screaming or the collapsing walls, but the deliberate, methodical intellect of the shadow figure, working tirelessly for years to build its permanent home from the house's own body. But that intentionality was now scattered, diluted, and forced back into the atmosphere. The destructive power was rendered ambient and non-threatening, reduced to background noise in the vast spectrum of the world's subtle magnetic and thermal fields. The jeep entered the quiet outskirts of Cairo. The long, dusty road, the cold silence of the cemetery, and the frantic, chaotic battle with the unbound void all seemed to melt away into a distant, slow-moving memory. Layla leaned back against the warm vinyl of the Jeep's seat. The world was again dominated by the gentle, predictable sounds of tires on asphalt and the slow, rhythmic hum of the engine. The tension had fully dissipated. She closed her eyes, the exhaustion of the 3-day ordeal finally settling over her like a heavy, comforting blanket. The great, terrifying noise of the whale was gone, replaced by the profound, deep quiet of a world restored to its natural order. The scientific mystery was solved, the violent entity was dispersed, and the quiet comfort of the return home was the final, satisfying reward. The Jinn apartment was silent at last, inviting a long, deep, and perfectly peaceful sleep. Chapter 1. The Road to Nowhere. The Wady El Natroon Highway, connecting Cairo to the coastal city of Alexandria, is a ribbon of asphalt stretching across the desolate expanse of the western desert. It is a long, straight road, often shimmering with heat haze, flanked on either side by an endless vista of pale, sun-bleached sand and the occasional skeletal acacia tree. For most drivers, it is merely a utilitarian artery, a path from one bustling city to another. But for those who know its reputation, it is a road that hums with a different kind of energy, a place where the journey can become an unexpected, terrifying destination. This highway is notorious for its disproportionately high number of fatal and often inexplicable car accidents. The official reports often cite driver fatigue, speeding, or sudden tire blowouts as the cause. But the local truck drivers, the weary commuters, and the occasional traveler who dares to speak of it, whisper of something else: the apparitions. Our story begins with Dr. Amina Sharif, a behavioral psychologist specializing in perception and cognitive bias. Amina was not interested in ghosts as supernatural entities. She was interested in the human mind's susceptibility to suggestion, the way an expectation of fear can shape what one sees, and the psychological effects of prolonged sensory deprivation and monotonous environments, all factors deeply at play on a long, uneventful desert highway. Amina had leased a small, sturdy four-wheel drive vehicle for her research. Her methodology was precise. She would drive the most notorious 100-kilometer stretch of the highway, known for its highest concentration of accidents, repeating the journey 20 times over 10 days. Her vehicle was equipped not with a camera, but with a dozen discrete sensors, eye-tracking technology, galvanic skin response or GSR monitors, heart rate variability or HRV sensors, and a highly sensitive acoustic array designed to capture subtle infrasound and ultrasound frequencies within the vehicle cabin. She was studying how the human body reacted to the highway, not what the highway actively presented. Her first 5 journeys were uneventful, a monotonous blur of sand and sky. The psychological markers remained stable, a gradual increase in alpha brainwaves consistent with mild fatigue, a slight decrease in heart rate, and no significant changes in skin conductivity. The acoustic array registered only the hum of the tires, the faint whine of the engine, and the occasional gust of wind. On her 6th journey, during the late afternoon, as the sun began its long, slow descent toward the western horizon, the highway took on a different character. The light grew hazy and diffuse, painting the desert in shades of muted orange and long, indistinct shadows. The heat, though still present, felt less oppressive, replaced by a strange, almost ethereal coolness. Amina had reached the precise segment of the road known in local lore as the Stretch of Sighs, a particularly long, straight section where the desert receded slightly, allowing a denser growth of thorny bushes to line the roadside. It was here that the most vivid reports of apparitions occurred. Her eye-tracking sensors, which had been steadily focused on the road ahead, suddenly registered a minute, involuntary saccadic movement, a rapid, unconscious shift of her gaze. Her eyes had darted briefly to the right-hand side of the road, then immediately corrected back to the center of the lane. Amina had not consciously registered seeing anything. However, the GSR monitor registered an immediate, sharp spike in skin conductivity, a classic physiological indicator of sudden stress or fear, occurring a full 2 seconds after the saccadic eye movement. Her heart rate jumped by a full 10 beats per minute. Amina, a highly trained observer of her own physiological responses, was intrigued. Her conscious mind had processed nothing, yet her subconscious had registered an anomaly, and her body had reacted with a clear stress response. She reviewed the continuous footage from her eye-tracking camera later that evening. The footage was unsettling. For a fraction of a second, her eye had indeed darted to the right. In that fleeting moment, the camera picked up a faint, barely discernible distortion in the heat haze rising from the asphalt just off the shoulder of the road. It wasn't a solid shape, but a momentary, shimmering alteration in the light refraction, a fleeting vertical ripple against the flat desert background, shaped vaguely like a human form. It was almost perfectly camouflaged by the natural mirage effect of the desert. A micro-hallucination, perhaps. Amina murmured to herself, reviewing the data, or a cognitive misinterpretation of the heat haze, amplified by the highway's reputation. The brain fills in the gaps with what it expects to see. The acoustic array in the vehicle, however, provided another, more perplexing piece of data. Precisely when her eye had darted right and the GSR spiked, the system registered a faint, extremely low-frequency infrasound pulse. This was a single, rhythmic pulse at approximately 17 Hz, just below the threshold of human hearing, too specific and too short to be random wind noise or engine vibration. It felt like a deep, resonant thump, a single, non-audible impact that had reverberated through the very structure of the vehicle. Amina knew that infrasound at this frequency can induce feelings of dread, anxiety, and even visual disturbances in humans, influencing the brain directly without conscious perception. This was a critical piece of the puzzle. The apparitions were not just visual, they were potentially acoustically induced perceptual distortions. On her next journey, the seventh, Amina was specifically attuned to her peripheral vision and the subtle changes in the heat haze. She also activated a high-resolution, wide-angle thermal camera mounted on the dashboard, capable of detecting minute temperature variations beyond the visual spectrum. As she approached the stretch of size again, she felt it, a subtle pressure behind her eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible chill that contradicted the ambient heat of the desert. Her eye-tracking monitor showed her gaze remaining steady on the road, but the thermal camera suddenly registered a distinct, vertical column of super-chilled air just off the right shoulder of the road, directly in her peripheral vision. The column was perfectly stable, approximately 6 feet tall, and its temperature was 20 degrees Celsius colder than the surrounding desert air, creating a ghostly, shimmering outline against the heat of the asphalt. This was not a heat haze illusion. This was a localized, persistent thermal anomaly, a column of sudden, intense cold. And just as her eyes began to unconsciously dart toward it, her in-car acoustic array registered a distinct, rhythmic series of 3 soft, 17 Hz infrasound pulses, a sound like a gentle, rhythmic knock against the cabin floor. Amina did not consciously see an apparition, but her body reacted with a full, overwhelming wave of physiological terror. Her heart rate leaped to 120 beats per minute, her breathing grew shallow, and a cold sweat broke out on her skin. She had to actively fight the impulse to swerve the vehicle. The cold column of air shimmered for 5 seconds, then dissipated rapidly. The infrasound pulses ceased. The highway returned to its monotonous, uneventful reality. Amina knew this was the key. The apparitions were not merely visual. They were a complex, multi-sensory phenomenon. They were localized cold spots paired with rhythmic infrasound pulses at 17 Hz. The infrasound was designed to induce physiological fear and cognitive distraction, while the cold spots served as the subtle visual cue for the brain to latch onto. The highway itself was generating an active, pervasive perceptual trap. Her next step was to map the precise location of these cold spots and infrasound sources along the stretch of size, to understand where and how the highway was manipulating the human mind. The road was not just a road, it was a vast, open-air laboratory for fear. Chapter 2: The 17 Hz Pulse. The systematic approach of Dr. Amina Sharif had yielded a crucial, measurable truth about the hauntings on the Wady El Natroon highway. The perceived apparitions were not merely visual illusions, but the result of a coordinated, multi-sensory environmental effect. The core of the phenomenon was the rhythmic, subtle 17 Hz infrasound pulse, precisely paired with a highly localized, vertical column of super-chilled air, a thermal anomaly that acted as a visual cue. The infrasound induced primal fear, while the cold spot provided the subconscious an outline to fill with the expected image of a spectral beckoner. Amina's next step was to move from detection to mapping and localization. She needed to understand where along the infamous stretch of size these anomalies were originating, and how the road infrastructure was facilitating their creation. She dedicated her next 4 journeys to mapping the environmental data meticulously. Her vehicle was now equipped with a dense array of external temperature probes and microseismometers placed on the chassis, specifically designed to read ultra-low frequency vibrations originating from the asphalt itself. Amina discovered a horrifying consistency. The cold spots and the 17 Hz pulses did not occur randomly. They were clustered around the mile markers indicating 110, 118, and 125 kilometers from Cairo. These three precise locations, when cross-referenced with the highway accident data, accounted for over 60% of the inexplicable crashes attributed to spectral distraction. At each of these three critical points, Amina's thermal camera registered the same phenomenon: the sudden, non-diffusive appearance of a minus 20 degrees Celsius cold column, approximately 6 feet tall, always positioned exactly 4 feet off the right-hand shoulder of the road. And accompanying each appearance was the precise rhythm of the infrasound, a sequence of 3 soft pulses: thump, 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 a sound like a quiet, insistent knocking. Amina realized that the rhythmic pulse was not a random acoustic spike. It was a pattern of distraction, a precise sonic signature intended to momentarily command the driver's attention, right before the cold spot dissipated, leaving the driver's mind scrambling to process the fleeting visual cue. She parked her vehicle at the nearest safe rest stop and studied the detailed satellite imagery of the 3 critical locations. There was no visible difference in the landscape, just endless desert and asphalt. However, Amina consulted the geological survey maps of the region. The Wady El Natroon desert is characterized by ancient fault lines and large, underground salt deposits, features that often influence localized magnetic and seismic activity. At all 3 critical mile markers, the geological maps indicated a specific phenomenon: a very narrow, localized fissure in the bedrock, running vertically beneath the highway, covered only by the asphalt and the compacted road base. Amina theorized that the narrow bedrock fissures were acting as natural resonating chambers and thermal conduits. The steady, low-frequency hum of heavy vehicle traffic on the highway, specifically large transport trucks, would vibrate the thin layer of asphalt, creating a minute, continuous structural excitation. When this continuous excitation hit the specific dimensions of the fissure, the chamber would resonate, naturally amplifying the vibration into the 17 Hz infrasound. This was the source of the thump, thump, thump distraction. But this only explained the sound. What about the intense, localized cold spot? Amina found a geological study detailing a rare phenomenon in the region: natural cryoseepage. The deeply buried salt deposits, when exposed to trace underground water, undergo a slow, endothermic reaction, a process that absorbs heat from the surrounding environment. Amina hypothesized that the bedrock fissures were providing a direct, vertical channel for this supercooled air to seep rapidly upwards, breaching the asphalt layer and creating the visible cold spot on the shoulder of the road. The entire apparatus was a natural geological trap, accidentally perfected by the presence of the highway. Truck traffic provides the external structural vibration. Fissure acts as the infrasound amplifier and the cold air conduit. Cryoseepage provides the localized, super-chilled air, the apparition's thermal blueprint. The accident victims were not being beckoned by spirits. They were being perceptually ambushed by a precise, rhythmic interaction between traffic, geology, and thermal dynamics. The subtle rhythmic thump, thump, thump of the 17 Hz pulse was perfectly timed to cause a momentary loss of focus, while the sudden appearance and dissipation of the intense cold spot forced the driver's eyes to involuntarily dart to the roadside, initiating the swerve and the inevitable crash. Amina realized that the stories of the apparitions were merely the human mind's desperate attempt to provide narrative context to a physically induced cognitive failure. The highway was haunted not by ghosts, but by physics. The mystery shifted from what the apparitions were to why they were rhythmic. Why the precise three-pulse sequence? And why did the cold spot appear exactly 4 feet off the shoulder, always in the prime peripheral vision zone? Amina decided to risk an on-site, close-range inspection. She chose the mile marker 118 site, the most frequently reported location. She would park her vehicle well off the road, using the wide-angle thermal camera to capture the moment of the anomaly's manifestation from an external perspective. She parked her vehicle on a dune several hundred feet away from the highway, concealed from the view of passing traffic. She set up a tripod-mounted thermal camera aimed at the fissure point. She waited for 30 minutes. The thermal landscape was uniform, the hot asphalt and the slightly cooler desert sand. Then a large, heavy transport truck roared past. As the truck's immense weight passed over the fissure, the microseismometers spiked. 1 second later, the 17 Hz pulses hit. On the thermal camera, the cold column appeared instantly. A perfect, 6-foot-tall, -20°C ghost shimmering above the asphalt. And then Amina saw the final, chilling detail. The cold column was not just a stable presence. As the rhythmic thump, thump, thump of the infrasound pulsed, the cold column of air seemed to bend and waver 3 times, subtly tilting toward the road, perfectly synchronized with the pulse. It was the visual equivalent of a beckoning hand, a clear, 3-part movement of distraction, guided by the acoustic rhythm. The natural geological phenomenon was being manipulated by the passing traffic into a precise, rhythmic, and terrifying act of subtle distraction. The highway was actively, rhythmically beckoning its victims. Amina knew she had to find a way to neutralize the geological source of the infrasound and the cold air before more lives were lost. Her next step had to involve physical, geological intervention. Chapter 3. The Geometry of the Trap. Dr. Amina Sharif's meticulous mapping had exposed the horrifying precision of the Wady El Natroon highway's fatal design. The apparitions were not spirits, but a geometrically perfect perceptual trap. A rhythmic thump, thump, thump of 17 Hz infrasound, amplified by bedrock fissures, perfectly timed to make a super-chilled air column, the thermal ghost, bend 3 times toward the road. This rhythmic visual motion was the subtle, terrifying beckoning that caused drivers to swerve to their deaths. The geometry of the trap was the key. Why was the spectral movement consistently a 3-part lurch? Amina returned to her data, focusing on the physics of the fissures and the passing trucks. The infrasound pulse was not a continuous hum. It was a rhythmic, separated thump, 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 a sequence of 3 distinct impacts. She analyzed the structural dimensions of the average heavy transport truck that traveled the highway. The axle configuration of the majority of these trucks was not 2 axles, but a 3-axle tandem system, a common setup for heavy Egyptian freight. Amina realized the truth with chilling clarity. The 3-pulse infrasound was the sound of the 3 axles of the truck passing, one after the other, over the concealed bedrock fissure. The vibration from each axle was momentarily amplified by the resonating chamber of the crack, generating the precise thump of the 17 Hz pulse. The sequence was: Axle 1 amplifies the first thump, causing the cold column to lurch toward the road. Axle 2 amplifies the second thump, deepening the lurch. Axle 3 amplifies the final, strongest thump, initiating the final, severe lurch. The moment the driver's eyes involuntarily dart toward the apparition, often resulting in a fatal overcorrection of the steering wheel. The ghost was a physical echo of the heavy vehicles themselves, using the truck's own weight and rhythm against the driver in the adjacent lane. The challenge now shifted entirely to geological intervention. Amina needed to silence the fissure, to destroy the resonant chamber and stop the flow of super-chilled air, without permanently damaging the highway's structure, which would alert the highly skeptical highway authority. Amina secured the assistance of an old engineering contact from Cairo University, Dr. Kamal Farouk, a specialist in non-invasive structural reinforcement. Amina could only tell Kamal that she needed to dampen structural resonance in a specific segment of the road to prevent asphalt fatigue. The plan was ambitious and required absolute precision. Acoustic neutralization. Inject a sound-dampening, non-reactive polymer deep into the fissure to fill the resonant chamber. Thermal sealing. Cap the fissure with a permanent, non-conductive sealant to stop the cryo-seepage, the flow of the -20-degree cold air. Amina chose the mile marker 118 location for the intervention, the most active site. They arrived late one night, under the guise of emergency maintenance, parking a small, unmarked maintenance truck at the side of the road. The first step required confirming the fissure's exact location and depth. Amina used ground-penetrating radar, or GPR, to scan the asphalt near the shoulder. The GPR confirmed the fissure was a narrow, vertical crack, only 4 inches wide, running perpendicular to the highway's edge, extending at least 30 feet deep into the bedrock. Kamal prepared the injection system. He used a precise, high-pressure micro-drill to bore a narrow hole, exactly 1 inch in diameter, through the 8 inches of asphalt and road base, stopping precisely at the fissure's opening in the bedrock. The drilling was painstaking, requiring constant water cooling and noise suppression. The acoustic neutralization material, a heavy, sound-absorbing silicone polymer, was prepared. This polymer, once injected, would cure into a dense, non-resonant, sound-absorbing plug. Amina attached the injection nozzle to the borehole. "We have to inject slowly," she instructed Kamal softly. "If we inject too fast, we risk displacing the bedrock, which could cause a much larger structural collapse." Kamal activated the high-pressure pump. The heavy silicone polymer began its descent, flowing into the narrow, deep fissure. The process was slow, taking over 40 minutes. As the polymer filled the deep resonant chamber, Amina monitored the ambient infrasound sensor she had placed near the road. The constant, low background 17 Hz hum of the highway traffic began to noticeably diminish, absorbed by the polymer. When the polymer plug was complete, Kamal capped the opening with a specialized, highly insulated thermal cap sealant, a material designed to completely block the transfer of cold air. The first, quiet phase of the intervention was complete. They had neutralized the resonant amplifier and sealed the thermal conduit. The silent, rhythmic trap was chemically dismantled. They quickly packed up their equipment, leaving the small thermal cap sealant patch indistinguishable from a standard highway repair. Amina's final and most anxious test came the next morning. She drove her research vehicle back along the stretch of size, approaching the mile marker 118. A massive 3-axle transport truck, heavily laden, roared past her vehicle. Amina's sensors were on maximum sensitivity. As the first axle passed over the fissure, the microseismometers registered the vibration, but the acoustic array remained silent. No 17 Hz thump was detected. The silicone polymer had successfully dampened the resonant chamber. Amina's eye tracking remained perfectly stable. Her GSR was flat. Her heart rate was steady. The thermal camera, focused on the roadside 4 feet off the shoulder, registered only the uniform heat haze of the desert. No cold column appeared. The thermal cap sealant had successfully blocked the cryoseepage. The silence was profound and absolute. The highway had been cured of its deadly, subtle illness. The ghost was gone, not banished by prayer, but silenced by a measured blend of chemistry and engineering. However, as Amina drove past the now silent mile marker 118, she noticed something new, something unexpected and deeply unsettling. A faint, residual thermal spike appeared briefly on her camera, a highly localized, intense pulse of heat, the exact opposite of the cold column, not at the roadside but directly above the center of the road, in the opposite lane, just as the truck passed. The spectral activity had not ceased entirely. It had merely been transferred. The suppressed energy of the infrasound and the cryoseepage had been pushed out and expressed as a sudden, brief, disorienting pulse of heat directly into the path of the truck itself. The entity, the physics of the trap, was trying to manifest its distraction in a new, inverted way. The road was still fighting back. Amina knew the battle was far from over. Chapter 4. The Inverted Phenomenon. The successful neutralization of the resonant chamber at mile marker 118 proved Amina Sharif's core theory. The highway hauntings were a deterministic, geological trap. The rhythmic 17 Hz pulse and the super-chilled air column, the spectral beckoning, were effectively silenced by the polymer plug and the thermal cap sealant. However, the final, unexpected data point was deeply unsettling. A sudden, intense thermal spike registered briefly in the center of the opposite lane, precisely when the large truck passed over the newly sealed fissure. The energy of the trap had not vanished. It had been inverted and displaced. The geological system, deprived of its ability to channel cold air and infrasound to the side of the road, appeared to have channeled a burst of heat and kinetic energy directly into the opposing lane. Amina realized the danger was amplified. The original phenomenon was a subtle distraction designed to induce a fatal swerve. The new, inverted phenomenon was a sudden, intense heat burst directly in the path of oncoming traffic, potentially causing massive disorientation, temporary blindness, or even tire blowouts due to rapid thermal expansion. The highway was still actively seeking to cause crashes, but with a new, more direct, and arguably more dangerous method. Amina named this new manifestation the heat flash. The immediate priority shifted from dampening the roadside to understanding the mechanics of the inversion. She needed to know why the suppressed energy manifested as a flash of heat, and why it chose the center of the road, the most kinetically vulnerable spot. She consulted with her engineering contact, Dr. Kamal Farouk, sending him the thermal data and the seismometer readings from the brief inversion. Kamal's analysis focused on the materials used in the intervention. Layla, when we sealed the fissure with the dense silicone polymer and the thermal cap, we created a massive pressure barrier, he explained over a secure line. The traffic's continuous vibration is still hitting the sealed fissure, attempting to open the channel. This constant kinetic energy has nowhere to go. It must be dissipating as heat and upward pressure through the path of least resistance. The path of least resistance was the center of the road, where the asphalt was thinnest and most stressed by the continuous impact of heavy truck tires. The heat flash was the sound and heat energy of the frustrated resonant chamber rapidly dissipating through the asphalt's surface layer. This meant the subtle ghost of the beckoning apparition had been replaced by a chaotic, aggressive thermal mine. The danger to passing vehicles, especially those with worn tires, was severe. Amina knew she had to address the remaining 2 critical sites, mile markers 110 and 125, with a modified, preemptive approach that accounted for the inversion. Simply sealing the fissures would only shift the problem from the roadside to the center lane, multiplying the danger. The solution had to involve kinetic absorption, a way to safely dissipate the traffic vibration before it reached the fissure, and without creating an opposing pressure barrier. Amina devised a plan to install vibration-damping strips in the asphalt leading up to the remaining 2 fissures. These strips, small sections of asphalt replaced with a kinetic-absorbing aggregate mix, would be undetectable to drivers, but would gently scrub the low-frequency vibrations from the heavy truck tires, minimizing the structural excitation of the underlying bedrock. She secured a small, specialized highway maintenance team from a private contractor, again under the pretense of emergency fatigue prevention. The work had to be quiet, precise, and executed under the cover of the night, as the highway authority would never approve an intervention based on infrasound and thermal anomalies. They targeted the mile marker 125 site first. The operation was slow and meticulous. They cut 2 narrow, 2-meter-long channels in the asphalt, 30 feet before the fissure location. These channels were filled with the custom-made, sound-absorbing, viscoelastic polymer concrete. The installation was completed just before dawn. Amina immediately drove her research vehicle back to the site to test the solution. She waited for a massive, 3-axle truck to pass. As the truck approached the first damping strip, Amina's microseismometers registered a sudden, smooth drop in the transmitted vibration. The energy was absorbed by the strip. As the truck passed over the fissure point, the acoustic array was completely silent, no 17 Hz pulse. The thermal camera was stable, no cold column, and crucially, no heat flash in the center lane. The kinetic energy had been successfully dissipated before it could excite the resonant chamber and cause the inverted thermal spike. The solution was successful, a complete neutralization of the geological trap. The highway was now silent and safe at mile marker 125. Amina and her small team repeated the procedure at mile marker 110, installing the custom damping strips in the late hours of the next night. After the final inspection drive, all 3 critical sections of the stretch of size were silent, seismically stable, and thermally uniform. The insidious, rhythmic trap of the beckoning apparitions was permanently dismantled. Amina had done the impossible. She had cured a haunted highway, not with ritual, but with physics and polymer concrete. She filed her final report to the highway authority, citing only preventive structural stress mitigation. For the interventions, the inexplicable crashes at the 3-mile markers ceased entirely. The Wady El Natroon highway began its slow, quiet return to being just a long, boring stretch of asphalt. But Layla could not fully relax. The phenomenon, rooted in geology and acoustics, was so precise, so intentional in its rhythmic 3-pulse attack. It suggested a level of natural conspiracy that felt deeply unsettling. She had neutralized the traps, but she hadn't explained the intentionality of the spectral distraction that the drivers reported. Why the beckoning? Why the 3 pulses? As she drove the now-quiet highway for the final time, heading back to Cairo, she received one final, cryptic piece of data from the wide-angle, low-light camera she had left running during her final test drive at mile marker 110. The camera was focused on the vast, empty desert flanking the highway. In the periphery of the frame, miles away from the now silent road, the camera registered a vast, slow, rhythmic shimmer in the air, a massive, diffuse atmospheric distortion pulsing slowly at 17 Hz. It was too far away to affect the road, but the frequency was unmistakable. The energy of the three traps, unable to manifest on the highway, had been displaced and was now floating and pulsating in the distant desert air, massive and silent, waiting. The highway was cured, but the immense ambient energy of the phenomenon was now unbound, displaced from its structure and radiating outward into the vast, lonely desert. Amina realized that the hauntings hadn't stopped. They had merely become atmospheric, migrating from the focused danger of the road to the vast, shimmering emptiness of the desert itself. The story of the Wady El Natroon highway was complete, but the mystery of the 17 Hertz pulse had simply become a story of the surrounding desert. Chapter 5: The Migration of Dread. The successful kinetic absorption and dampening of the three bedrock fissures on the Wady El Natroon highway marked a triumph of applied behavioral physics. Dr. Amina Sharif had eradicated the dangerous, rhythmic 17 Hertz pulse and the resulting spectral beckoning, restoring safety to the notorious stretch of size. The localized physical traps, the cold spots and the three-lurch visual cue were permanently neutralized. However, the final, unsettling data point, the massive, slow, rhythmic shimmer detected miles away in the desert periphery, confirmed that the immense ambient energy of the phenomenon was not destroyed. It was displaced. The energy that had been focused and channeled by the highway structure was now unbound, migrating from the precise geometric focus of the road to the vast, empty expanse of the desert itself. Amina named this new, pervasive manifestation the ambient dread field. This field was too far away to interfere with the highway's structural stability or driver's immediate perception, but its constant 17 Hertz pulsation signaled a massive, diffuse source of low-frequency energy. Amina understood that this energy, now spread across a large geographic area, had lost its precision, but gained in scale. It was no longer a sniper, but a regional atmospheric effect. The key challenge became predicting where this vast, unbound energy would settle, and what new form of perceptual distortion it would adopt in the open desert environment. Amina decided to track the ambient dread field's movement using a grid of mobile, microbarometric sensors and extremely low-frequency, or ELF magnetic detectors, deployed via small, automated drone stations positioned 10 kilometers east of the highway. This array was designed to map the subtle pressure and magnetic fluctuations caused by the large, oscillating 17 Hertz density. Over the course of the next 48 hours, the data confirmed a clear directional migration. The ambient dread field was moving not randomly, but steadily toward a distinct, localized geographical feature 50 kilometers inland, the Katara Depression. The Katara Depression is one of the lowest points in Africa, a vast, desolate basin of salt flats and dry lake beds, notorious for its extreme weather and magnetic anomalies. It is a massive, naturally occurring basin that, historically, has been proposed as a location for immense, controlled flooding experiments. The very geology of the depression, a massive concave shape of highly saline earth, made it a perfect, large-scale natural capacitor and resonating chamber. Amina realized that the unbound energy of the highway hauntings was seeking a new, larger, and more stable geological anchor. The three small bedrock fissures had been too restrictive. The Katara Depression, with its miles of salt-infused clay and massive, concave surface, represented an ideal environment for the energy to refocus and amplify. Amina and Samir Awad, the engineering specialist, prepared for a difficult overland journey into the depression. The environment was harsh, virtually inaccessible by paved road, and known for sudden, violent sandstorms. Amina had to ascertain the nature of the ambient dread field's manifestation once it settled in its new, vast anchor. The initial drone data, captured just as the field began to descend into the depression, was startling. The rhythmic 17 Hz pulse, previously a subtle thump, thump, thump of 3 pulses, had now merged into a continuous, unbroken, ultra-low frequency throb. The 3 individual impacts had coalesced into a constant, pervasive vibration, suggesting the energy was no longer being focused by the rhythm of passing truck axles, but was being continuously powered by the immense, ambient forces of the depression itself. Furthermore, the pressure sensors registered massive, localized barometric anomalies, areas of extremely high and low pressure shifting rapidly within the depression. This wasn't merely wind. This was the ambient dread field physically manipulating the air itself. Amina theorized that the visual manifestations would also change. The apparition would no longer be the delicate, fleeting 6-foot cold column of air. In the vast, open space of the depression, the energy would manifest as something immense, diffuse, and continuous, a much larger form of perceptual distortion. The legends surrounding the depression were just as unsettling as those of the highway. Nomadic tribes spoke of the sands of shifting shapes, vast, moving atmospheric illusions that led travelers off course, causing them to wander until exhaustion claimed them. These legends aligned perfectly with Amina's projection of a continuous, large-scale barometric and perceptual distortion. As Amina and Samir drove their heavily modified 4-wheel drive vehicle off the highway and onto the soft, shifting sand tracks leading toward the Katara escarpment, the subtle acoustic changes began. The interior of the vehicle, previously silent, began to fill with the faint, unsettling pressure of the continuous 17 Hz throb, a deep, non-audible pressure that resonated in the chest and induced a feeling of deep, psychological fatigue and profound emptiness. The sun was setting, casting long, fractured shadows across the dunes. The desolate, empty landscape offered no visual reference points. Amina activated her eye-tracking sensors. Her gaze, despite the monotony, remained surprisingly stable. The human mind under continuous stress often adapts and focuses. But then Amina realized the trap had changed its targeting. The highway phenomenon targeted the peripheral vision and momentary distraction. The ambient dread field targeted depth perception and spatial orientation. Samir, driving, suddenly slowed the Jeep. His hands tightened on the wheel. "Amina," he said, his voice strained and quiet. "The horizon, it feels." Closer, Amina looked up. The distant horizon line, previously a clear demarcation, now seemed to undulate and fold upon itself. The vast 50-kilometer distance to the Katara escarpment looked, to the naked eye, like it was only 5 kilometers away, distorted by a massive, pervasive atmospheric lens. The spatial continuity of the desert was broken. Amina checked her GPS and altimeter. Both systems confirmed they were still dozens of kilometers away from the edge of the depression. The distortion was entirely perceptual. The ambient dread field was no longer beckoning victims to swerve. It was now compressing space and misleading travelers, drawing them into the immense, chaotic heart of the depression with the deceptive promise of a shorter journey. The psychological attack had shifted from sudden fear to slow, inevitable disorientation and cognitive fatigue. They were now entering a vast, open-air chamber of pervasive, silent dread, and the first stage of the geographical trap had successfully compromised their sense of reality. Chapter 6. The Spatial Collapse. The journey into the depths of the Katara Depression proved immediately that the ambient dread field had escalated its psychological attack. The energy, unbound from the highway's precise, structural confines, was now utilizing the massive, concave geology of the depression to create a terrifying and pervasive spatial illusion. As Dr. Amina Sharif had noted, the visual distortion was severe. The horizon appeared folded and compressed, making the 50-kilometer distance to the depression's heart seem like 5. The psychological attack had shifted from sudden fear to slow, cognitive disorientation. Samir Awad, driving the sturdy four-wheel drive, struggled to trust his eyes. "Layla, I know the GPS says we have kilometers to go, but I swear I can reach out and touch that escarpment. Every instinct tells me the journey is ending." Amina focused on the data, overriding the visual deceit with objective reality. Her vehicle's ranging sensors, which used laser pulses to measure distance, confirmed the GPS readings. The distance to the edge of the depression remained vast. The 17 hertz throb, the continuous, non-audible acoustic pressure, was now intense enough to induce a constant, dull headache and a feeling of profound, pervasive fatigue. Amina theorized that the concave shape of the depression was acting like a colossal acoustic lens, focusing the Hertz infrasound pressure and warping the density and refraction index of the air mass itself. This continuous, rhythmic air manipulation was bending the light, causing the terrifying compression of perceived distance. The danger of this spatial collapse was not the speed of the crash, but the slow erosion of rational judgment. Drivers who entered this zone, believing the destination was imminent, would push harder, ignore true distances, and eventually succumb to exhaustion and disorientation, leading them to drive their vehicles into the massive, hidden salt marshes and sand traps that littered the floor of the depression. The Jinn-like physics was replacing the direct beckoning with a patient, structural lure. Amina and Samir adjusted their strategy. They covered every glass surface in the vehicle, except for a small viewing slit, with a polarized, infrared filter. This forced their visual perception to rely on the non-distorted infrared spectrum, which was less susceptible to the light-bending effects of the barometric fluctuations. They also began relying exclusively on the objective ranging sensors and the GPS for directional information, completely overriding their visual cortex. For the next 4 hours, they drove through the collapsing space, traversing vast distances that felt like mere minutes. The psychological toll was immense. The continuous 17 hertz throb hammered at their inner ears, inducing a near-constant state of low-level dread. As they reached the edge of the depression, the landscape transitioned violently. The soft, ochre sand gave way to the massive, flat expanse of the salt pan, a blinding, white surface of crystallized earth that stretched to the distorted horizon. This was the deepest, most stable part of the basin, the heart of the depression. The moment they drove onto the salt pan, the atmosphere changed. The intense 17 hertz throb abruptly ceased. The sudden, absolute acoustic silence was more terrifying than the noise. The oppressive pressure was gone, replaced by an unnerving, perfect quiet. Amina immediately checked her sensors. The 17 hertz frequency had not vanished. It had shifted from an acoustic, barometric force to a massive, stable magnetic field. The highly saline earth of the salt pan, a massive concentration of conductive ions, was acting as a perfect electromagnetic sink. The energy had found its ultimate anchor. The energy was no longer trying to distract them with sound. It was creating a massive, pervasive magnetic fog that permeated the entire basin. The result was immediate disorientation. Amina's GPS began to fail, its signal struggling to lock onto the satellite coordinates through the intense, localized magnetic interference. The magnetic compass spun wildly, unable to find true north. Their primary means of navigation, the objective data overriding the visual distortion, was rapidly collapsing. Samir stopped the vehicle. The silence was absolute, broken only by the crunch of salt beneath the tires. "We are blind," Samir stated, his voice quiet. "The magnetic interference is overwhelming the navigation." Amina studied the readings on her custom-built ELF magnetic detector. The ambient dread field, now a magnetic sink, was generating a massive, non-uniform magnetic field that was fluctuating rapidly, creating a chaotic interference that blinded all electronic navigation. The ghost had traded the subtlety of cold air and sound for the overwhelming force of electromagnetic chaos. But the magnetic field was not random. Amina noticed a crucial pattern in the fluctuations. The intensity of the magnetic field was not stable. It was rising and falling in vast, slow, rhythmic waves. The magnetic flux density would increase massively, hold for 20 seconds, and then fall back to a moderate level, repeating the cycle every 45 seconds. This rhythmic fluctuation was the new, terrifying form of the 17 Hertz principle, no longer 3 sharp pulses, but a slow, colossal magnetic breath. The depression itself was breathing. Amina realized that this magnetic wave was a direct, amplified version of the original geological trap. The geological forces were still at play, but now they were expressing themselves electromagnetically. The intense magnetic flux would not cause a direct crash, but it would cause deep, psychological panic and electronic failure, leading to the same result: being lost and abandoned to the salt pan's deadly, hidden traps. To combat this, Amina needed a way to navigate that was independent of both satellite signal and the Earth's magnetic pole. The solution lay in the visual spectrum itself, but filtered to eliminate the visual deceit of the spatial collapse. She directed Samir to deploy a specialized polarized prism array on the vehicle's roof. This array was designed to split the light from the sun and sky into its component wavelengths. In a uniform desert environment, the polarized light from the sky remains consistently oriented relative to the true zenith, regardless of magnetic or barometric distortion. By tracking the polarization angle of the light, they could determine their true bearing with absolute objectivity. It was an ancient, nearly forgotten method of navigation, independent of compass and satellite, based purely on the physics of light. Samir activated the prism array. The internal monitor displayed a complex spectrum, but the angle of polarization remained steady, providing a constant, objective line of direction. They had countered the magnetic blindness. As they began moving across the salt pan, guided by the light's polarization angle, the final, most direct attack of the magnetic sink began. The entity had lost the ability to distract them with sound or confuse them with magnetic chaos. It resorted to a massive, open-air thermal manifestation. Amina's thermal camera began to register intense, sudden plumes of superheated air rising violently from the salt pan surface, not randomly, but forming massive, undulating walls of fire that stretched across their path. These were not true flames, but areas of air superheated to 300 degrees Celsius by the massive, concentrated energy of the magnetic sink. The walls shimmered and pulsed, massive and terrifying, blocking their path. The heat was so intense that the air in front of the vehicle felt momentarily stifling. The ghost had transcended the delicate cold column and the soft beckoning. It was now a vast, aggressive thermal barricade, actively attempting to drive them off course and into the salt traps. The ambient dread field, having found its stable, massive anchor, was ready to fight. Layla knew she had to find the precise center of the magnetic fluctuation, the true heart of the Katara anchor, and neutralize the massive geological sink before the thermal walls overwhelmed their will and their vehicle. Chapter 7. the barricade of heat. The journey across the Katara salt pan had become a confrontation with a monumental, unbound force. The ambient dread field, anchored in the massive, conductive geology of the depression, had transformed into a magnetic sink, generating massive, slow-waving magnetic fluctuations and, most aggressively, spontaneous, intense plumes of superheated air. These thermal plumes manifested as massive, shimmering walls of fire, actively attempting to block the path of Dr. Amina Sharif and Samir Awad. Amina realized the entity was utilizing the principle of forced convection, rapidly heating localized air masses using the immense energy from the magnetic sink to create a physical, albeit temporary, barrier. The heat barricades were not random. They were forming perpendicular to their intended line of travel, forcing them to constantly divert their path. It's trying to make us lose the polarization angle. Amina explained to Samir, whose face was tight with concentration as he steered the jeep around the shimmering, suffocating walls of heat. If we deviate too far from our calculated path, the light polarization data will become unreliable and will fall back into the magnetic chaos. The magnetic fluctuations were severe enough to cause transient magnetic memory loss in the Jeep's onboard systems, a constant, low-level corruption of data that could, eventually, lead to mechanical failure. They were in a race against the disintegration of their equipment. Amina's primary goal was to reach the center of fluctuation, the precise geographical point where the magnetic sink was most intensely concentrated. This point would be the geological heart of the phenomenon, the single most unstable, conductive point in the depression, where the concentrated 17 Hz energy was settling. She cross-referenced the data from the polarization prism array, which gave them objective direction with the ELF magnetic detector, which measured the intensity of the chaotic field. The magnetic intensity was not uniform. It peaked and troughed. Amina used these peak readings to triangulate the source. After an agonizing hour of navigating the heat barricades and fighting the magnetic interference, the data converged on a single point approximately 2 kilometers ahead. As they approached, the phenomenon intensified dramatically. The heat barricades became continuous, forming a shimmering, unbroken semicircle that completely surrounded the target area. The air temperature inside the Jeep began to rise sharply, radiating from the salt pan surface, making the atmosphere stifling and difficult to breathe. "We cannot go through that," Samir warned, pointing to a particularly violent plume of air that looked like a tower of glass, distorting the entire landscape behind it. "The heat will cook the tires, or worse, cause a vapor lock in the engine." Amina studied the thermal camera feed. The temperature inside the plume was over 350 degrees Celsius. The shadow figure, deprived of its precise, subtle roadside method, was now utilizing massive, blunt force, trying to boil the life out of its intruders. Amina recognized the Jinn's fundamental weakness, one she had exploited on the highway: intentionality and rhythm. The entity was still driven by the rhythmic geological pulsation of the depression. The magnetic sink was not stable. It was rising and falling in vast, 45-second cycles. "The thermal walls are not permanent, Samir," Layla said, adjusting her breathing mask. "The power to maintain this immense heat is immense. We must wait for the magnetic trough." She monitored the ELF detector. The magnetic flux responsible for creating the superheated air was currently at its peak, creating the seamless barricade. "In 20 seconds, Amina instructed, the field will drop into its trough. The heat will dissipate momentarily. That is when we move. We must cross the distance in under 10 seconds. Samir gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on Amina's countdown. The air was thick, hot, and humming with the intense, non-audible pressure of the magnetic field. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. The ELF meter plummeted. The oppressive pressure in the air vanished. The shimmering, towering heat barricades did not disappear, but they faltered, dropping from 350 degrees Celsius to a still dangerous but survivable 90 degrees. The massive magnetic field was momentarily exhausted. Now, Samir, now, Amina urged. Samir slammed his foot on the accelerator. The jeep roared forward, tearing across the white, crystalline salt surface, heading directly for the weakened thermal wall. They shot through the collapsing barricade. The heat was still suffocating, blasting through the windows, but the tires held. They broke through the semicircular wall and into the center of fluctuation. The air here was radically different. The rhythmic throb of the 17 Hz pulse was back, but now amplified to a bone-shaking intensity. The air felt thick, heavy, and physically pressurized, a constant low-level acoustic assault. At the center of this field was the target, a massive, perfectly circular patch of the salt pan, perhaps 100 feet in diameter, where the salt was not white, but a deep, vibrant, corrosive red-brown. This red-brown color was the definitive signature of intense electrochemical corrosion, the same copper oxide signature Amina had seen years ago in her studies of ancient battery effects. The highly conductive, saline earth of the depression was being used as the gigantic equivalent of the Roshdy building's copper pipes. The ambient dread field was not a ghost. It was an enormous, open-air electrolytic reactor. Amina realized that the magnetic fluctuations were the Jinn-like physics cultivating the salt pan, systematically drawing energy and corrosive compounds from the massive, saline surface to create a stable, permanent geological core. The sporadic heat barricades were merely the entity venting the excess thermal energy created by this massive, forced electrochemical reaction. They had to neutralize the electrolytic process at its source. Amina had anticipated this. Their modified jeep contained 2 massive, heavily insulated tanks filled with a specialized, inert calcium silicate powder, a fine, dry, non-conductive compound commonly used in industrial dry fire suppression. This powder was their final weapon. The calcium silicate powder was designed to be the ultimate chemical antagonist to the geological core. When spread over the red-brown patch, the non-conductive powder would bond with the salt ions, breaking the highly conductive circuit, preventing the electrochemical reaction, and effectively insulating the conductive earth from the atmospheric magnetic field. They stopped the vehicle at the edge of the red-brown circle. The seismic array on the chassis registered a continuous, low-level vibration, a deep, constant tremor of the earth beneath them, the sound of the massive geological corrosion. Samir and Amina donned full-coverage environmental suits and prepared the dispersal system, a large, motorized blower designed to spread the dry powder across the entire 100-foot circle rapidly and uniformly. As they stepped onto the salt pan, the shadow figure made its final, non-visual move. The immense, low-frequency pressure of the 17 Hz throb intensified catastrophically, creating a localized acoustic vacuum that physically slammed into their suits, making movement agonizingly slow. The entity was fighting back with pure acoustic density, attempting to freeze them in place before they could deploy the neutralizing agent. The battle had become a physical struggle against the very pressure of the air. Chapter 8. The Acoustic Vacuum. The confrontation had reached its climax at the center of fluctuation. The massive, circular patch of corrosive, red-brown salt that formed the geological core of the ambient dread field. Dr. Amina Sharif and Samir Awad had breached the heat barricades, and were now positioned to deploy their neutralizing agent, the inert calcium silicate powder. The shadow figure, the controlling intelligence behind the Jinn-like physics, fought back with its most profound and terrifying weapon. The catastrophic amplification of the 17 Hz throb. As Amina and Samir stepped onto the unstable edge of the red-brown salt, the continuous, low-frequency pressure intensified into a localized acoustic vacuum. This was not merely loud sound. It was a non-audible, overwhelming force of compressed air that physically resisted their every movement. The immense, invisible pressure generated by the massive energy of the magnetic sink slammed into their environmental suits, making movement slow and agonizingly difficult. The effect was immediate and physical. The compression was so severe that every step was a battle against the density of the very atmosphere. The motorized blower, designed to disperse the neutralizing powder, suddenly felt impossibly heavy. The air, it's like wading through water. Samir grunted, fighting to push the blower toward the center of the corrosive patch. Amina checked the pressure gauges inside her suit. The external barometric pressure was fluctuating wildly, but peaking at levels that suggested the localized air density was nearly double the normal atmospheric pressure. The entity was weaponizing the atmosphere itself, utilizing the massive geological resonator to generate a physical, kinetic barrier. Amina realized that the rhythmic nature of the entity's power, first the 3 pulses on the highway, now the slow 45-second magnetic wave in the depression, was the key to survival. The acoustic vacuum could not be maintained indefinitely. It had to be cyclical, drawing and expelling massive amounts of energy. She monitored the ELF magnetic detector, still functioning despite the chaos. It confirmed her theory. The magnetic field, the source of the power for the vacuum, was currently at its peak, creating the maximum acoustic pressure. It would inevitably drop into the magnetic trough before rising again. It's a 45-second cycle, Samir. Amina yelled into her suit comms, her voice straining against the air pressure. We have 20 seconds until the trough. We move in short bursts. Max effort now. They began a grueling stop-start advance. For 20 seconds they fought against the immense, compressing force, managing to push the blower perhaps 5 feet toward the center of the red-brown core. Then the magnetic field dropped into its trough. The acoustic vacuum dissipated instantly. The sudden release of pressure was disorienting, causing a momentary feeling of lightness and vertigo. Now rest, Amina urged. 10 seconds of recovery before the next peak hits. The moment the 10-second rest period ended, the magnetic field surged, and the immense pressure of the acoustic vacuum slammed back into them, forcing them to fight for every inch of progress. This pattern of 20 seconds of grueling struggle followed by 10 seconds of frantic rest defined their movement. The geological core, the corrosive red-brown patch, was the epicenter of the acoustic vacuum. The moment they stepped past the edge and onto the active corrosive salt, the intensity doubled. Their suits groaned under the pressure. Amina knew that they had to disperse the entire payload of calcium silicate powder during a single, uninterrupted trough phase, or the immense pressure of the vacuum would simply blow the dry powder away before it could settle and neutralize the conductive circuit. They reached the center of the patch just as the magnetic sink entered its final, most massive peak. The pressure was almost unbearable. They pressed their backs together, bracing against the force, waiting for the crucial moment of release. 5 seconds. 4, 3. The magnetic field dropped. The immense pressure vanished. The atmosphere was suddenly thin and silent. "Go, Samir," Amina shouted. "Full coverage now." Samir activated the motorized blower. The powerful device roared to life and the fine, inert calcium silicate powder blasted out in a massive, swirling white cloud. The powder was instantly attracted to the corrosive, conductive surface of the red-brown salt. The dry, non-conductive particles instantly began to bond with the highly energized salt ions, effectively coating the corrosive surface with a stable, insulating layer. The chemical reaction of the geological core, the massive electrochemical process, began to choke. The result was violent and instantaneous. The magnetic sink, sensing the catastrophic failure of its conductive anchor, reacted with a massive, desperate surge of power. The ambient air, already under immense stress, began to violently shudder. The 17 Hz throb, instead of re-establishing its pressure peak, shifted into a high-frequency, chaotic scream of acoustic and magnetic energy. The sound was not audible, but the vibration was so intense that it threw Amina and Samir off their feet. They were slammed onto the neutralizing white powder, their suits rattling violently. The sudden, catastrophic release of the acoustic vacuum's pressure tore through the salt pan. The surrounding white salt, having anchored the immense energy for hours, began to rupture. Cracks raced across the plain, accompanied by a horrifying, high-pitched tear of stressed earth. From the fissure cracks, plumes of white, supercooled salt dust erupted. These were not the controlled, cold columns of the highway. This was the chaotic, unbound energy of the Jinn's power, desperately escaping its dying anchor. The air filled with a dense, blinding cloud of frigid, non-conductive dust. Amina, recovering on the salt, realized the final stage of the haunting was the entity's death throes. The geological core was neutralized, and the massive energy was frantically seeking a new conduit. She looked through the visor into the dense, churning cloud of frigid salt dust. Through the swirling white chaos, she saw a final, faint image. A massive, diffuse vertical distortion in the dust cloud, vast and shimmering. A 600-foot-tall, non-physical figure that towered over the depression. The immense, unbound essence of the ambient dread field rising one last time before dissipating. The towering shape wavered for only 3 seconds, its immense, silent presence a final, terrifying visual manifestation of the vanquished force. Then the immense figure began to dissolve, scattering into the vast, indifferent desert air. The chaos subsided. The 17 Hz throb ceased entirely. The magnetic field collapsed into a quiet, moderate ambient hum. The acoustic vacuum was gone. The only sound was the distant, dry tinkling of the settling salt dust. The battle was over. The massive, beautiful landscape of the Katara Depression was silent, safe, and cold. The hauntings of the highway and the depression were permanently cured. The long, silent journey out of the desolate basin had begun. Chapter 9. The silence of the salt. The massive, chaotic release of energy had subsided. The brief, towering vision of the shadow figure, a 600-foot-tall, non-physical manifestation of the vanquished ambient dread field, was gone, scattering into the high-altitude atmosphere. Dr. Amina Sharif and Samir Awad lay on the blindingly white salt pan, covered in a fine layer of inert, white calcium silicate dust, their environmental suits rattling faintly in the profound quiet. The silence of the Katara Depression was now complete and absolute. The crushing, low-frequency pressure of the acoustic vacuum was gone. The chaotic magnetic field had collapsed into a negligible background hum. Amina's first priority was to assess the damage and confirm the integrity of the intervention. She struggled to her feet, the immense relief of the pressure release making her movements feel strangely light and buoyant. The geological core, the massive, 100-foot circle of corrosive red-brown salt, was now entirely coated in the thick, white calcium silicate powder. The non-conductive layer had bonded with the exposed salt ions, completely breaking the electrical circuit that fueled the electrochemical reaction. The core was now inert, effectively a massive patch of highly stable, dry insulator. Amina used a handheld spectrometer to analyze the core's surface. The corrosive ions, previously highly active and energetic, were now locked into stable, neutralized salt compounds. The massive, open-air electrolytic reactor that had generated the heat barricades and the acoustic vacuum was permanently deactivated. The ambient dread field had lost its anchor, not through destruction, but through insulation. The massive ruptures in the surrounding salt pan, caused by the final, violent release of the acoustic vacuum, presented a new, immediate danger. Wide, dark fissures sliced across the white plain, exposing deep layers of unstable, highly volatile earth and brine below. They had to navigate the destroyed landscape to reach their vehicle, which they had wisely left parked a safe distance from the core. Amina and Samir moved slowly, relying on Samir's keen eye for structural stability, using the heavy blower, now empty, as a walking aid. The air was frigid, the atmosphere rapidly returning to the ambient cold of the vast desert night, confirming the massive loss of thermal energy that had fueled the phenomenon. As they walked, Amina reflected on the nature of the entity's defeat. The shadow figure was not a ghost that could be exorcised, but a manifestation of pure, sustained negative energy, desperately seeking a mechanism to anchor itself in the physical world. It had failed first on the highway, which was too small and dynamic, and failed again in the depression, which was too vast and easily neutralized with the right chemical antidote. The power was scattered, and the mechanism was understood. The long, silent walk back to the Jeep took over an hour, navigating the complex maze of the newly formed fissures. The only sound was the crunch of the stabilized salt beneath their heavy boots and the distant, dry sifting of the desert sand. When they finally reached the Jeep, parked safely near the edge of the depression, the exhaustion was profound. They shed their heavy, dusty environmental suits and settled into the silent cab. Amina initiated the engine. The vehicle roared to life, its systems now stable and responsive. The magnetic compass, previously spinning wildly, now settled instantly on true north. The GPS locked onto the satellite coordinates with sharp clarity. The spatial distortion was gone. The visible horizon was vast, distant, and perfectly flat, restored to its objective reality. "The field is gone, Samir," Amina whispered, leaning back. "It's just the desert now." Samir looked out at the massive, white expanse, now bathed in the cold light of the rising moon. "It's hard to imagine that level of rage, Layla, that final, tearing sound." "It was the sound of a power source failing," Amina corrected gently. "The anger of a massive battery being violently short-circuited. We disrupted its fundamental energy equation. The Jinn-like physics required 3 components in constant tension. We broke the cycle." The journey out of the Katara depression was slow, cautious, and uneventful. They drove under the immense, silent sky, guided only by the steady polarization angle of the moonlight. The monotonous crunch of the tires on the salt was no longer a precursor to terror, but a soothing rhythm of successful escape. As they finally left the massive basin and began the ascent toward the flat, empty desert plains, Amina registered one final, faint acoustic reading on the internal array. It was not the 17 Hz pulse, but a subtle low frequency droning at approximately 4.5 Hz, a frequency associated with deep, biological sleep and profound relaxation. The ambient environment, having been violently destabilized, was slowly, deeply entering a state of geological rest. Amina knew the energy was still out there, diffused and ambient, but it was now passive, inert, and structurally homeless. The road was safe, the depression was silent, and the long, slow return to the recognizable, predictable world was the only task that remained. The quiet was the deepest, most satisfying proof of their success. Chapter 10. The Unseen Freight. The successful neutralization of the massive geological core in the Katara Depression marked the end of the large-scale atmospheric haunting. The vast, rhythmic Hertz throb was silenced, and the dangerous acoustic vacuum was broken. Dr. Amina Sharif and Samir Awad had dismantled the phenomenon at its core, but the question of the energy's ultimate fate lingered. The two-day journey back toward the Wady El Natroon highway was characterized by a profound, pervasive silence. The environment was stable, the magnetic field nominal, and the air pressure uniform. The desert was merely the desert again, vast, empty, and hot. However, Amina's research instincts, honed by the precision of the Jinn-like physics she had witnessed, demanded a final confirmation that the scattered energy had not found another, subtler anchor. She continued to run her full suite of sensors, tracking ambient acoustics, magnetism, and ultra-low frequency vibrations. As they neared the main highway, approximately 20 kilometers from the original stretch of size, Amina's acoustic array registered a tiny, distinct anomaly. It was not the hertz of the hauntings, but a brief, intermittent hertz pulse. This pulse in the upper range of infrasound was too specific to be random wind noise. Crucially, it was mobile. Samir, the sensor, is picking up a low-frequency pulse, moving parallel to the highway, Amina noted, pointing at the spectrum analyzer. It's very localized and it's moving at 60 kilometers per hour, exactly the speed of truck traffic. This discovery was unsettling. The energy was no longer anchored to the geology of the highway or the depression. It had apparently found a mobile anchor, a moving vessel capable of maintaining and channeling the residual energy. Amina hypothesized that the immense, scattered energy of the ambient dread field, in its desperation to recoalesce, was being passively collected and concentrated by the magnetic field of a large, moving vehicle. The immense mass of a heavy transport truck, coupled with its large magnetic profile and continuous engine vibration, would create a perfect, contained, mobile environment for the residual field to settle and focus. They drove parallel to the highway, catching sight of the slow, grinding movement of the large transport trucks that frequented the route. The Hertz pulse would vanish, then reappear, always tied to the movement of a specific, unseen vehicle ahead of them. Finally, Amina and Samir reached an elevated vantage point overlooking the highway. Amina set up her long-range thermal camera and focused on the line of trucks moving toward Alexandria. She spotted the source immediately. The thermal camera highlighted a single, massive, flatbed truck at the rear of the convoy. This truck was carrying an immense, oblong piece of industrial machinery, heavily shrouded in tarpaulin. The tarpaulin itself was irrelevant, but the thermal signature of the truck was unique. While the engines of all the trucks registered normal operating temperatures, the massive steel chassis and cargo bed of this specific truck registered a consistent, ambient temperature 20 degrees Celsius colder than the other vehicles, a moving cold spot. The vehicle was acting as a mobile thermal sink, sucking heat from the environment to maintain the concentrated energy field. Amina zoomed in on the large piece of industrial machinery strapped to the flatbed. It was a massive, seamless coil of copper wiring, likely intended for a new power generation project. Copper, Amina breathed, a cold dread settling in her chest. The same conductive medium the entity used in the Rosh-dee building. This truck is hauling a massive, insulated mobile copper core. The residual energy of the shadow figure, now refined and focused, had located a massive, moving anchor of its original preferred material. The truck was not merely carrying freight, it was carrying a dense, mobile energy field, a new, rolling Jinn anchor. The Hertz pulse was likely the resonant frequency of the massive copper coil being excited by the truck's continuous engine vibration. The danger was no longer subtle swerving or massive disorientation. A high-speed crash involving a truck carrying a large, energetic core of highly conductive material would result in a localized, catastrophic electromagnetic discharge more violent than anything they had witnessed. Amina and Samir had to stop the truck without causing the very crash they were trying to prevent. They had to neutralize the energy field while the truck was moving. They pulled onto the highway, positioning their Jeep a safe distance behind the targeted truck. Amina formulated a desperate plan. She could not use the thermal insulating powder or the resonant dampeners. The only effective neutralizer she had left was the original chemical solution that started the entire ordeal. A small, remaining sample of the highly reactive chelation gel used to dissolve the original copper core. The chelation gel was designed to chemically bond with copper oxide and render it inert. If they could get the gel onto the mobile copper cargo, it might initiate a rapid, localized chemical neutralization of the field. Samir, the master engineer, rapidly modified a high-pressure agricultural sprayer from the Jeep's emergency kit. He filled it with the limited supply of chelation gel. The mission was simple but terrifyingly precise. They had to pull alongside the large, high-speed truck and spray the cargo with the chelation agent, aiming for the seams in the protective tarpaulin. As they began to accelerate and move into the passing lane, the entity fought back. The air around the Jeep, moving at 100 kilometers per hour, began to fill with the low, oppressive pressure of the Hertz pulse. The pressure caused a disorienting, rhythmic pulsation in the Jeep's headlights, momentarily blinding Amina as she attempted to close the distance. The final battle had moved from the silent, desolate sands to the high-speed chaos of the open road, fighting an enemy that was now a massive, rhythmic, unseen freight of destructive energy. Chapter 11. The High-Speed Transfer. The mobile, energetic core of the phenomenon, the massive coil of copper wiring on the flatbed truck, generating a rhythmic 25 Hz pulse and maintaining a constant moving cold spot, represented the final, most kinetic anchor of the displaced ambient dread field. Dr. Amina Sharif and Samir Awad were now forced into a terrifying high-speed confrontation, attempting to neutralize the energy while it was in motion. Their Jeep, accelerating in the passing lane, was immediately buffeted by the entity's defense. The intense pressure of the 25 Hz pulse. This higher frequency infrasound did not induce the creeping dread of the lower 17 Hz pulse. Instead, it caused an acute, disorienting vertigo and a rapid, rhythmic pulsation of their visual field, an effect amplified by the speed differential between the two vehicles. The field is trying to destabilize our equilibrium, Layla. Samir grunted, fighting the steering wheel as the Jeep began to drift toward the massive truck. The vibration is forcing a perceptual error in depth and angle. Amina focused on the task, overriding her compromised visual perception with the objective data from the rangefinder. They had to close the distance to precisely 3 feet from the flatbed to ensure the chelation gel from the sprayer would hit the cargo and not be dispersed by the high-speed wind turbulence. As they drew alongside the massive truck, the phenomenon intensified. The large, shrouded cargo of copper was now generating a localized magnetic shear, a chaotic lateral magnetic force designed to push their smaller vehicle off course. The truck driver, oblivious to the immense, non-physical energy concentrated in his cargo, continued his steady speed. Samir expertly countered the magnetic shear, driving with absolute precision, holding the Jeep exactly 3 feet from the flatbed. Amina prepared the high-pressure agricultural sprayer, now filled with the highly reactive chelation gel. The target was the seams of the tarpaulin, hoping the liquid would penetrate and reach the copper coil beneath. The goal was to initiate a rapid, localized chemical neutralization of the conductive material. The danger was acute. If the chelation reaction began violently, the resulting chemical heat and sudden collapse of the localized magnetic field could cause the truck driver to panic, leading to the massive crash they were trying to prevent. The intervention had to be silent, precise, and subtle. Amina swung the nozzle out her window. She timed the spray to the rhythmic 25 Hz pulse, aiming for the moments when the pressure momentarily dipped between cycles. PSSSSSHHHT. The first burst of chelation gel hit the thick tarpaulin, soaking into a narrow, vertical seam near the center of the massive copper coil. The reaction was immediate and unsettlingly silent. Amina's thermal camera, focused on the cargo, registered a small, rapidly expanding thermal inversion at the point of impact. The surface temperature, previously a cold spot, suddenly spiked rapidly by 10 degrees Celsius as the chemical reaction began, and then immediately plunged to ambient temperature. The chelation gel was aggressively bonding with the copper oxide, and in the process, violently disrupting the energy field's ability to maintain the constant temperature differential. The immense, moving cold spot began to destabilize. The 25 Hz pulse, which had been hammering their ears with rhythmic pressure, ceased instantly, replaced by a momentary, chaotic burst of ultra-low frequency crackle, the sound of the concentrated energy field being violently short-circuited. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. The subtle energy of the mobile Jinn anchor was chemically dismantled. The immediate relief in the Jeep was physical. The vertigo vanished. The magnetic shear stopped. The steering stabilized instantly. The massive flatbed truck continued to drive, completely unaware of the precise, silent battle that had just occurred on its chassis. The truck driver was safe, and the energy was neutralized. Amina ordered Samir to decelerate and fall back behind the truck to monitor the long-term effects. As they watched, the thermal signature of the copper cargo settled rapidly. The entire mass, no longer maintaining an active cold spot, returned to the normal thermal profile of a large metal object exposed to the desert air. The mobile anchor was now inert freight. The highway was permanently safe. The immense energy of the ambient dread field, having been violently expelled from the mobile copper core, had nowhere else to go. It was released into the vast, turbulent air mass above the high-speed highway. The long-range acoustic sensors registered a sudden, massive burst of non-localized atmospheric infrasound, a vast, high-altitude sigh that stretched across the kilometers of desert sky, a profound, final exhalation of the vanquished force. Amina knew that the threat was now definitively neutralized. The energy, expelled from the 3 geological traps and the final mobile anchor, was now so diffuse, so scattered across the atmosphere, that it was incapable of finding or sustaining a new localized anchor. The phenomenon had been chemically and kinetically dismantled, point by point. Amina and Samir drove the final kilometers back to Cairo in a quiet, exhausted contentment. The desert was merely the desert, vast, predictable, and silent. However, as they entered the complex, sprawling metropolis of Cairo, Amina received one final, perplexing data set from the passive acoustic recorder that had been continuously running inside the Jeep cabin. The city environment was loud, dominated by the normal chaos of car horns, traffic, and urban noise. But underneath the cacophony, the acoustic array registered an incredibly faint, high-frequency metallic ringing at precisely 85 hertz. The sound was not environmental, it was internal to the Jeep itself. Amina isolated the source. The faint ringing originated from a small, insignificant piece of equipment, a highly sensitive antique brass barometer Layla had used for atmospheric pressure readings, tucked into the glove compartment. The barometer, an inert piece of brass and glass, was emitting a faint, rhythmic hum. Amina examined the small, ornate device. The brass casing was vibrating faintly, creating the soft, metallic ringing sound. The energy, unable to anchor in the highway or the desert, had found its final, most intimate anchor, a tiny, personal object within their immediate possession. The sheer focus of the ambient energy, now microscopic, had created a final, subtle micro-resonance in the brass, a continuous, quiet hum, the last, dying whisper of the ambient dread field. The terror of the highway had been reduced to a quiet, brass ringing in a glove compartment. The haunting had not left the world. It had simply been reduced to a personal, contained curiosity. The final stage was accepting the subtle, persistent hum of their success. Chapter 12. The 85 Hertz Whisper. The victory on the Wady El Natroon highway felt complete, yet the subtle, final data point lingered. The faint, rhythmic, 85 hertz metallic ringing originating from an antique brass barometer in the Jeep's glove compartment. The massive, atmospheric terror of the ambient dread field had been chemically, kinetically, and geometrically neutralized, reduced to a high-frequency, contained micro-resonance in a small, inert object. Dr. Amina Sharif was exhausted but profoundly curious. As they drove into the quiet outskirts of Cairo, she retrieved the small, ornate device. It was an object of brass, glass, and precise mechanical components, utterly incapable of generating its own power, yet it was vibrating faintly, creating the soft, persistent hum. Amina's final analytical challenge was to understand the principle of this ultimate microscopic anchor. Why brass? Why 85 hertz? Brass, an alloy of copper and zinc, contained the same conductive medium the entity had originally sought in the highway's copper pipes and the mobile flatbed cargo. The 85 hertz frequency, far higher than the original terror pulses of 17 or 25 hertz, was the natural resonant frequency of the barometer's finely tuned brass casing. The immense, scattered energy of the ambient dread field, unable to anchor in the vastness of the desert or the complexity of the moving truck, had found a final, perfectly tuned, single point of stable resonance. The brass barometer was acting as a microscopic passive energy condenser, focusing the last, desperate traces of the diffuse field into a harmless, contained vibration. The entity had been refined into its ultimate, quiet, and inert form. The terror of the highway had become a subtle, rhythmic whisper in the palm of Amina's hand. Amina knew the danger was over. The energy was so minute, and the object so contained, that it posed no threat of psychological interference or destructive manifestation. The final task was simply to silence the whisper and confirm the complete dissipation of the phenomenon. She pulled the Jeep into a quiet, dusty lot outside the city center. She and Samir Awad needed to finalize the operation with a simple, non-chemical, non-violent act of deresonance. The resonance is contained within the brass structure itself, Amina explained, holding the humming barometer. We don't need chemistry or massive kinetic force. We just need to break the rhythmic stability of the structure. Samir, recognizing the simplicity of the final task, produced a small, non-magnetic jeweler's hammer, a tool designed for delicate repairs. The barometer's resonant vibration was sustained by the perfect, continuous geometry of its casing. Breaking this perfect geometry would shatter the resonance and expel the contained energy. "We strike the casing once, Samir," Amina instructed, holding the small brass device steady. A single, gentle impact, enough to disrupt the crystalline structure of the metal but not enough to shatter the glass. Samir took the hammer. He positioned the tool on the lower, thickest edge of the brass casing. He took a steady breath and delivered a soft, precise tap. The result was immediate. The soft, rhythmic 85 Hz hum vanished. The brass casing, struck by the gentle impact, suffered a microscopic structural fatigue. The crystalline lattice was momentarily stressed, breaking the perfect, continuous geometry necessary for the energy to sustain its rhythmic vibration. Amina immediately checked the acoustic array. The 85 Hz pulse was gone, replaced by a momentary, single, sharp spike of ultra-high-frequency acoustic energy, the sound of the final, contained energy trace being instantaneously expelled back into the ambient air. The brass barometer was silent. It was merely a beautiful, inert piece of antique navigation equipment again, its history with the displaced Jinn-like physics complete. Amina opened the Jeep window. The small, ultra-high-frequency energy spike was quickly absorbed by the surrounding chaos of the urban atmosphere, indistinguishable from the noise of passing traffic or the hum of distant power lines. The energy was finally, completely rendered diffuse and passive. The hauntings were over. The Wady El Natroon highway was cured. The Qattara depression was silent, and the subtle, mobile energy was finally dispersed from the physical world. Amina leaned back, the silence of the solved mystery a profound and absolute relief. The intense fatigue of days of fighting unseen forces finally descended upon her. She had not only survived the beckoning ghosts, but had systematically reduced them from a geological catastrophe to a gentle hum in a brass box. The entire narrative of terror was reduced to a final, elegant, and entirely preventable piece of flawed physics. The only thing left was the return to comfort and the necessary transition back to calm reflection, allowing the mind to quiet after the storm. The long, silent drive into the heart of the city was the final journey toward rest. Chapter 13. The Return to the Mundane. The subtle tap of the jeweler's hammer on the antique brass barometer was the final, definitive punctuation mark on the intense, multi-stage investigation. The ambient dread field, having been reduced from a geological menace to a chaotic, high-frequency whisper, was finally inert, its last trace of energy expelled and absorbed by the noisy, non-resonant atmosphere of the city. Dr. Amina Sharif and Samir Awad continued their drive into Cairo. The immense physical and psychological tension that had defined their last few days, the relentless Hertz throb in the Qattara depression, the magnetic chaos on the salt pan, and the high-speed confrontation on the Wady El Natroon highway dissolved into a pervasive, heavy exhaustion. As they entered the familiar traffic flow of the city, the only reality was the mundane. The sound of distant car horns, the smell of street food, and the sight of pedestrian life offered a profound, calming contrast to the desolate, silent physics of the desert. The ghosts, the fear, and the intense physical pressure had been exchanged for the predictable, gentle chaos of urban life. Amina's attention slowly shifted from the spectral to the physical. She registered the steady, low-frequency hum of the vehicle's engine, the soft thump of the tires on expansion joints, all once terrifying resonant frequencies, now utterly harmless. Her research had concluded, and the implications were vast. The study of the Wady El Natroon highway would not only prevent future crashes but would establish a new field: geoacoustic perceptual engineering, the understanding of how geological structures and ambient acoustic fields can be manipulated to induce profound, real-world psychological effects. She had not only cured a haunting, but she had documented the scientific blueprint of its terror. Amina knew the official report would be complex, requiring careful, scientific framing to avoid institutional panic. She would focus on the structural stress damping of the highways and the electrolytic neutralization of geological anomalies, completely omitting the language of apparitions and Jinn-like physics. The public needed safety, not the terrifying truth of how easily the physical world could be weaponized against the mind. Samir, the quiet engineer, drove them to Amina's modest apartment building. The apartment felt impossibly secure after the vast, open danger of the desert and the depression. The concrete walls, the sealed windows, and the steady, familiar sounds offered a final, profound comfort. He helped Amina carry the equipment up the 2 flights of stairs. The research instruments, the high-end thermal cameras, the GPS arrays, the ELF detectors, now sat inert, covered in a fine layer of dust from the Katara salt pan. These were the only remaining physical witnesses to the ordeal. "The highway is safe, Layla," Samir said, setting the final box down in the living room. "Work is finished." "The work is finished, Samir," Amina confirmed softly, "and the cost of silence was only a small brass box." They stood for a long moment in the quiet of the apartment. The exhaustion was too deep for celebration or long conversation. The emotional weight of fighting an unseen, rhythmic enemy had finally settled. Samir nodded a farewell and quietly left, closing the door softly behind him. The sound of the latch clicking was simple, definitive, and perfectly normal. Amina stood alone in the apartment. The silence was absolute. She could feel her entire body decompressing, the muscles relaxing from the continuous bracing against the 17 hertz pressure. She made her way to the large window overlooking the sleeping city. The lights of Cairo stretched out beneath her, a massive, sprawling grid of human life, filled with predictable patterns and benign, manageable energies. The immense, powerful forces that had sought to destroy her, acoustic resonance, massive magnetic fields, and electrochemical corrosion, were now reduced to the non-threatening hum of the city's power grid, a continuous, stable 50 Hz frequency that felt comforting and rhythmic. Amina prepared for a bath, the warm, flowing water a final, sensory affirmation of safety and comfort after the desolation of the cold, dry salt pan. As she stood in the silence of her home, she placed the small, now silent brass barometer, the last anchor of the defeated energy, on her bedside table. It was a souvenir of a battle won, a constant, quiet reminder of the fine line between physics and terror. The profound exhaustion of the long journey, the fight against the elements and the unseen, finally claimed her. She collapsed onto her bed, the soft, familiar weight of her blanket a final, immense comfort. The world outside was quiet, predictable, and stable. The only sound was the slow, steady rhythm of her own breathing, sinking into the deep, restorative sleep that only comes after the elimination of a great and pervasive danger. The ambient whispers of the highway were silenced, replaced by the profound peace of a mind completely at rest. Chapter 14. The Final Documentation. The profound silence that had descended upon Dr. Amina Sharif's apartment was the most satisfying reward for the days spent fighting the rhythmic, non-physical terror of the Wady El Natroon highway and the Katara depression. The immense, geological and mobile anchors of the ambient dread field were neutralized, and the final trace, The high-frequency whisper in the brass barometer was silenced. Amina woke slowly, the fatigue giving way to a clear, focused determination. Her final and perhaps most important task was not intervention, but documentation. She had to translate the terrifying reality of the 17 Hz pulse and the thermal ghosts into the cold, objective language of physics and engineering, ensuring the knowledge could be used for preventive safety without alarming the public. She set up her workspace, surrounding herself with the raw data from the expedition. The geological survey maps of the bedrock fissures, the thermal camera footage of the massive heat barricades, and the acoustic charts detailing the rhythmic 17 Hz throb and the high-pressure acoustic vacuum. Amina began by defining the core mechanism, the geoacoustic resonance cycle. She documented how the heavy truck traffic, the kinetic input, interacted with the specific dimensions of the bedrock fissures, the resonant amplifier to produce the 17 Hz infrasound, the psychological trigger. This section would be titled, Mitigation of Structural Kinetic Acoustic Stressors. Next, she tackled the most spectral aspect, the apparitions themselves. Amina clearly documented how the rhythmic infrasound caused involuntary saccadic eye movement and psychological stress, while the fissure provided the cryoseepage, the -20°C cold air, which served as the thermal blueprint for the mind to interpret the distortion as a beckoning figure. She emphasized that the cold spot was the ghost's shadow, not the ghost itself. This critical section, supported by the thermal camera data, would be presented as analysis of localized thermal anomalies and perceptual bias in monotonous driving environments. The largest section of her report dealt with the massive, later stage of the phenomenon, the Katara anchor. She detailed how the ambient dread field migrated to the massive, saline geology, transforming into a large-scale electrolytic reactor. The salt pan was the massive, conductive medium. The magnetic fluctuations were the forced current, and the red-brown patch was the corrosive geological core. The final chapter of the intervention, the deployment of the calcium silicate powder to break the circuit, was presented as neutralization of geological electrochemical instability using non-conductive particulate agents. Amina meticulously translated the emotional weight of the experience into precise, emotionless metrics. Wady El Natroon Highway. The phenomenon was defined by a rhythmic 17 Hz pulse and a -20°C thermal spot, designed for high-speed kinetic distraction swerving. Katara depression. The phenomenon was defined by a continuous 17 Hz throb, massive magnetic fluctuations, and 350°C heat barricades, designed for slow psychological collapse, disorientation, and exhaustion. The final anchor. The energy was reduced to a contained, stable 85 Hz microresonance in a brass object, easily neutralized by structural fatigue. The comprehensive report, stretching over 300 pages of data and analysis, was intended for two audiences: the Ministry of Transportation and the Department of Civil Engineering at Cairo University. The MOTI would receive the actionable intelligence, the precise locations of the fissures, and the necessary maintenance protocols, installing vibration damping strips and geological sealing. The university would receive the full scientific documentation, advancing the understanding of geophysical resonance. Amina included detailed schematics of the solution. The polymer plugs used to dampen the highway resonance, and the kinetic-absorbing polymer concrete she had laid down to prevent the heat flash inversion. She explained that the highway's cure lay not in spiritual remedies, but in the meticulous application of structural science. As the sun began to set, casting long, familiar shadows across her quiet, organized apartment, Amina typed the final sentence of her conclusion. The phenomenon previously described as highway hauntings is a predictable, localized interaction between structural excitation, geological cryoseepage, and acoustic resonance. The implemented chemical and kinetic mitigations guarantee the long-term safety of the Wady El Natroon highway's critical segments. She gathered the final, personal items from the mission: the small, silent brass barometer, and a single, smooth piece of white salt from the now-inert geological core. These were her quiet, personal proofs of the victory. The highway was safe, the science was sound, and the only memory left was the quiet satisfaction of a mystery solved and a danger permanently averted. The long process of formal official reporting was complete, leaving only the final, slow reflection on the nature of the entire, terrifying ordeal. Chapter 15. The Sleepy Conclusion. The comprehensive documentation was complete. Dr. Amina Sharif had meticulously translated the terrifying physics of the geoacoustic resonance cycle, the phenomenon behind the Wady El Natroon highway hauntings, into a series of actionable, scientific reports. The final submission of the data to the Ministry of Transportation and Cairo University marked the official end of the investigation. The danger was neutralized, the methodology was proven, and the science was documented. Amina walked through her quiet apartment, pausing to look at the small, silent brass barometer resting on her desk. It was a tangible, inert reminder of the vast journey, from the 3 small, resonant fissures on the highway to the immense, corrosive geological core of the Qattara Depression, and finally, the quiet micro-resonance within this small object. The great energy had been reduced to a whisper, and then, through a gentle, structural tap, to absolute silence. The true resolution of the mystery was the restoration of predictability and tranquility to the world. The Jinn-like physics had specialized in exploiting the unexpected, the rhythmic sonic pulse hidden below human hearing, the sudden, localized cold spot against the desert heat, the violent magnetic chaos that broke navigation. Now, all those chaotic elements were gone. Amina had not banished a spiritual entity. She had successfully neutralized a highly complex, naturally occurring environmental weapon. The profound relief was rooted in the knowledge that the world was, once again, governed by the stable, understandable laws of classical physics. The highway would be boring and safe, and the vast, empty desert would simply be vast and empty. She stepped onto her balcony and looked out over the quiet, sprawling cityscape of Cairo. The immense urban hum, the collective, stable vibration of millions of lives, was a continuous, soothing white noise, a powerful contrast to the sudden, rhythmic, raging silence of the Qattara salt pan. The city's energy was diffuse, chaotic, and entirely non-resonant. It could not be channeled or focused into terror. She reflected on the drivers who had reported the apparitions. Their stories, steeped in fear and legend, were merely the mind's valiant, but ultimately fatal, attempt to rationalize a terrifying physiological reality. They saw the beckoning ghost because their physiology, hammered by the 17 hertz infrasound and distracted by the sudden, cold visual cue, demanded a narrative explanation for the sudden, overwhelming compulsion to swerve. Amina had rescued their legacy from superstition, affirming that their terror was real, even if its cause was entirely physical. The immense exhaustion of the last several days finally settled in, deep and pervasive. The fight against the unseen force, the constant state of hypervigilance, and the physical pressure of the acoustic vacuum had demanded an immense toll. Amina moved toward her bedroom. She pulled the heavy curtains closed, shutting out the last, distant noise of the city. She lay down, feeling the soft, familiar weight of her mattress and blanket, a final, comforting anchor in the stable, physical world. The ambient dread field was gone. The rhythmic pulses were silenced. The massive, powerful currents of disruption were quelled. The quiet of the solved mystery was absolute. The story ends not with a revelation or a continuation of the threat, but with the restoration of deep, earned peace. The only sound in the apartment was the soft, slow rhythm of Amina's breathing, easing into the profound, absolute stillness of sleep, a quiet conclusion to a terrifying, yet ultimately solvable piece of physics. The highway was cured, and the long watch was over.